30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
But they know you're a drunk. They know that you've done nothing on your own except live life vicariously through them. You want to poke the bear, bitch? Then you know what? Step up to the bear. I'll take on your one-legged, cracked out in the Orient County Jail, Lieutenant Dan. I'll take on him. And after I drop that bitch, let me take on your old wrinkled ass. You drunk? Send that to him.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I think Macho Man may have edited out the slow stuff, and we're right to the dramatic. Or this is new. I feel like I'm watching like a
porno,
a Spartan movie where it shows the gallows of the ship, and there's guys that are rhythmically rowing with a man using a whip if you're not going fast enough. Doesn't it feel like this is very much like a slave rowing kind of deal?
Yes, it does.
Remember, they'd have you in the gallows of the ship's belly, and you'd be rowing and rowing and rowing, and you have a guy with a drum keeping time.
I mean, this seems like Game of Thrones, but I don't know if it gives me slave ship vibes.
Gallows is where you hang someone.
Yeah, that's where you would be, Brian. You wouldn't be with us down there.
No, yeah, you'd be up in the hanging department, hanging people, and
the gallows. I wouldn't be in the gallows.
No,
of the ship.
You wouldn't be in the belly of the ship. You know, doing using an oar. Me and Lummy would be there just oaring our asses off until they oar you to exhaustion.
Yes,
like
they whip you, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that whip was first. That was to get you going, and then after you fell out, like you just couldn't hold on anymore, and you just fell over and died, then they would just throw you. I think they literally throw you over just through the hole on me, and then put a new dude in there.
Pretty much. Until you're ready to come back.
You would be one of the best people, Bubba, to like be the guy that whips the people on the boat.
You mean the boss man?
Yeah.
So I get orders.
You were born way after your time.
I get orders from the captain that we need to step it up 2 miles an hour. Or a little bit, because we're trying to catch a boat, or a boat's after us. So he sends word down to Clem to get the guys going a little faster.
No, I see you over there. You stop. What? Well, you make me so mad.
You would be the guy giving the orders off.
Oh, I'd be the one sending it down to
you'd be in the chair.
Seth.
Yep.
Seth would be like, "Come on, guys, a little bit harder now. big man upstairs, Sponjo ain't so happy with y'all."
I've got a pack of Don Russ for whoever rows the hardest this half hour.
Oh, man. Anyway, Thursdays always mean Brian, the babyface Matroni. Last week we had Tuttle in here. Tuttle's going to hit or miss on Thursdays. He's always going to be on Fridays with Lasker. And so there is Thursdays that Tuttle will be here, and there's Thursdays that he will not. He was like, I think I'd make it, but I'm like, listen, but my boss, and I'm like, listen, you're gonna end up, locking yourself into Thursdays and Fridays, coming up with excuses to piss your boss off, and then you're gonna lose. And right now, the way I've been told that this is a really good job that he's got, insurance benefits, 401k, like he's got a really good job, really good one, probably better than any full-time job here. And I'm like, listen, don't lock in Thursdays in lieu of pissing off your boss. Just do Thursdays when you know you're clear.
Mike Thurman, $50.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Shovel Face Thursdays. I sent you that link, by the way.
That link?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, Brian, I know you are one of the very few people that show contributors, I should say, that do listen to the show as much as you can when you're not on the show, so that you can, get up to speed on stuff that we got going on and things like that. And I think maybe you're familiar with the here we go.
Which Dan actually made fun of me for doing. Which was kind of funny to me this week, that he said, "Oh, he listens to the show." I mean,
Dan's a douche. I actually called Dan. I actually had to get on Dan a little bit hard. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, I heard it because I tried. Well, first of all, traffic has been horrendous since the storm. Horrendous. I don't know if it's all the work trucks out there, but between 7 and 9:30 a.m., it is like 2019 traffic
talking about
again.
Like the veterans?
Everywhere. Everywhere. The vets, 275. It doesn't matter where you're going, trying to get to. South
You
Tampa,
think it's just
north.
the influx of
Work trucks.
Additional work trucks that are on the road,
clearance, guys clearing stuff, yard dogs, tree guys,
roofers. Now hold on, insurance estimators,
everything. It's unprecedented. Yesterday, it normally would take me 32 minutes to get from dropping my daughter off to my office.
And you probably got that pretty much dialed in,
completely dialed
right.
in. 55 minutes.
And there probably really wasn't like a guy on the side of the road that was in a crash. It's just a mass. There's that many more vehicles jammed on to the veterans trying to head southward that it's just an influx of traffic. You got an extra couple thousand vehicles on there that normally, are in the bowels of Pasco County, picking up trash. Now they're in Carrollwood.
Yep. And it is noticeable. So I've had a lot of time to listen to the show lately.
So you heard me, like Dan started getting real douchey, like real.
Well, he started to disagree with you on the Ravens fan, which how can you defend that guy? He literally went to the most undefensible position.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the guy looked like he was stepping up to him. Even if a guy steps up to you, it doesn't give you, I don't think, I'm not a lawyer, you are. You're not a criminal one, but you might as well be. You're pretty well-rounded in the entire law. But if a guy does not physically or spit, like if you spit on a person, that's considered an assault. But if a guy does not physically touch you, and he just acts like he's going to step up to you, he didn't have a weapon or nothing, and he just approaches towards you. You guys have had an interaction prior. Now, let's not forget, Lummy, the footage that we saw was the second part of the interaction, because the first part of the interaction, the guy the guy in the Baltimore Ravens jersey had already pushed the kid.
He's already punched him.
Yeah, punched him. So it's the camera angle is that of it's behind the bad guy, the Ravens guy. And so the two Washington Commander dudes, I think I have a pretty good memory. I think it was a guy in jersey number 21 and jersey number 17. And the guy in the jersey, I think maybe 21, they were at an intersection. There were two girls in blue miniskirts. And both of the dudes have already been hit by the Ravens jerk. And they were waiting at an intersection for him. And they approached the Ravens dude. Didn't throw a punch. Didn't. And the Ravens dude, if you remember right, Lummy, kicked him. Took a swinging kick first.
Yep.
Then roundhoused the guy in the 21, knocked him down, then took the 17 guy, jammed him against the wall, the brick wall, threw him down, then went into the crosswalk and says, "We don't effing lose. We want you." Just some kind of...
I don't effing lose.
Yeah, some kind of, living vicariously through as if you were a Baltimore Raven when you're just dumb. I don't even know what you are, because I think you lost your job. And I think that they arrested him.
Yeah, he turned himself in.
Right, and I think he's facing some pretty bad charges. So Dan took the position of, well, look at the dude, man. He stepped up to him.
As this guy's approaching him, the guy kind of gets into a position where he could defend himself or do something, and the guy was clearly looking for a fight, regardless of the fact that he had gone that he had that altercation earlier. Just that interaction, he's the aggressor. Clearly,
you can step up to a dude. You can take one step now.
Well, it does create a situation then where you create at least in Florida, the reasonable fear in the person that you're stepping up to that you're going to act, and then they would have the right to defend themselves.
I think at that point, Brian, it comes into personal space. Like, if I was to step up to you at the distance that we are from each other right now, if I was just be like, what are you going to do? Well, that's nothing. But if I got up so that I'm invading your personal space and I step up to you and act like I'm going to throw a punch, then I think that's actionable.
It's what would a reasonable person think is an imminent threat
you're
of
going to
harm.
think I'm going to hit you at that point.
From where I am right now, I have no imminent threat of harm from you.
But if Lummy was to take one step towards you and act like he was going to throw a fist,
I dribble down my pants.
Well, not only that,
let's try it.
Seth will whip out his phone and try to capture it. But here's the deal. That gives you reasonable doubt to know that you got a guy that's trying to potentially hurt you.
Not reasonable doubt, but yeah. I mean,
so whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So Dan takes the position of the Ravens guy. Of course he does. And I have to just literally set him straight. Be like, Dan, you are being, I think I actually said you're being a douche. Quit it. Quit arguing with me, especially when you're wrong. So anyway, I don't want to get this into a big Dan deal.
Yeah. We don't want to do that. I love you, Dan.
Yeah, we love you.
I know you're listening.
Seth really loves you, because, you got him on the laughing gas and fixed. But I'm sorry,
Dan's
Seth.
a lieutenant in the babyface brigade.
Seth, is your toe, are you still having problems with it?
Yeah. I was. I had to do a different antibiotic because Dr. Dan got the culture back, and so it said that I needed to switch it up.
All right, so he got the culture back, and it probably ended up being a different infection than what he thought it potentially was.
Dan told me I had to switch over to Valtrex to clear it up.
I'm on that twice a day, but okay. I was on that before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now are you familiar with, because you do this with this whole topic started out with, by the way, Lummy, I'm looking at the pictures behind me and I just see this. We're only like at Macho Man, what are we at? 2 hours and 15 minutes, something like that. I'd like to get more pictures so that we don't have like I literally say this, I'll see the same picture 3 times in a row. I wish we could get over 4 hours of pictures so that it would not repeat during a show. Wouldn't that be so cool?
We got a couple last night. Somebody sent them.
Yeah. Send your Bubba Army pics to Bubba Army Pics, PICS, Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com. And we got a few last night. And Seth, I think you got a few emails too that I might potentially read, I guess.
Yeah.
Blummel's defense lawyer needs to get you some of him walking around New York City with the Bubba Army hoodie that you sent him yesterday.
Lummy, did you get that information
to the merch? Yes, I did.
To the merch crick?
Yes, I did.
With the Brooklyn guy deal?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And I also know that I came over here when you and Wolf Fencing and his new assistant.
Yes.
Which, by the way, his Austin Wolf Fencing of Orlando. Now, Orlando's like our second market. That's why we're doing our content house in Orlando, is because we're huge in Orlando. Huge. We're expecting 150 to 200 people at our meet and greet at the Davenport Ale House. The likes of, now, Babyface, you were going to join?
I am. I just got to. I've actually got to call Davenport Ale House because I've not heard from them since the first conversation. So
then you need to tell them.
I'm going to call them today. Just confirm. Hey, we're still locked in. Here's what and that's one thing I did want to get with you is how many people we expecting?
150.
150.
We're expecting 150. We're also going to bring out the cash cube. So, Lummy,
can waitresses get in the cash cube?
Sure. Yes.
Only hot ones, right?
No. You can get in line. Sign up. You'll have your sandwich board there, your Bubba Army QR code sandwich board. You hit it. You then go and sign up for one of our various platforms. You show the person working the prize wheel that you have, you signed up for our Facebook or our YouTube channel or our Twitter or our X, whatever. And then you spin the wheel, And let me now on the wheel is going to be knife. Because we got those extra knives in.
Oh, yeah.
So now knives are going to be on the prize wheel, which is a super good
We're
prize.
gonna give drunk people at Davenport Ale House a bunch of sharp knives.
Well, I mean, I think if you're handing out promotional knives to adults, that you're not responsible for those that stab each other later that night. I don't think so. You're the lawyer. You might be able to help me out with it.
Yeah, no, you're not feeding them the alcohol.
Brian from Philly, let me on the PayPal hard, and so is my buddy a Hierarchy. I think maybe both of those are babyface generated.
Good, because we were weak last week, so we need to step it up, Babyface Brigade. I need to feel the love today with some. Shower me with your PayPal Cash App.
Right. So I forget what I was.
No, we were talking about wolf fencing.
Oh yeah. So Wolf comes over yesterday. God bless his little soul. Which, by the way, if you live in Orlando and you need any fencing needs,
407-745-8635.
Now it's Wolf. It's WULLF.
Yes.
Am I right?
WULFF.
Okay. WULFF. I don't know if he's got a Facebook page. I don't know what he's got, but look him up. And I'm sure you can Google Wolf Fencing. And he's he's the official fencing company of my racetrack and of here. And the storm did some major damage to our fence out back. That in conjunction with we have a 7-foot African-American homeless man that is now enamored with our goats. He used to be enamored with Brian's Weber grill in the back of his home underneath the stoop, and now he's migrated.
It's my office. I don't live there.
Northward to this easement. We actually have the city of Tampa has an easement of about, what would you say, 15 foot, Lummy?
Yeah, I would say about that.
So from the AAA's property line to our property line, there's about 15 feet owned by the city. I think at Slummy, it's like in case they wanted to join these two streets together, NASA, and what's the next one over? O'Brien? I don't know what
O'Brien, yes.
If they would ever want to put Brian, for the longest time, that road they put by your guys is with that little bridge.
Yeah.
For the longest time, that wasn't there.
Yeah, I don't even know if the city owns that, if Dex owns that. I'm still confused. I think it's the city, but
it is the city. It is the city.
It's just so weird to have. I guess it's because it's an easement, but it is kind of weird to have that go through because Dex owns all the other side of that parking lot that it runs through.
But you know why I think they did that? I think they did that for the fact that at the end of your road, that's not going to be accessible anymore. That might be part of the new interstate thing that they're putting in. That might go away.
Yeah, this area is going to change dramatically over the next 3 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen, can you direct me to a page that shows all
of it? There's FDOT has a page. It has not been updated, and I know they were talking about some slight modifications, but FDOT has a page for this project.
Here's what I don't understand. How does, if you look at Dex imaging at the end of Lemon Street, okay?
Yeah.
The big, huge glass office building to the left got taken out, and the big, huge office building to the right of Dex gets taken out, but Dex doesn't get taken out.
The office building to the right of Dex, I believe, is going to be something else. I believe that
got raised.
I know, but they're working on doing something else with it. I think something else is going there.
Like apartment complexes or something?
I don't know what, but they're out there currently actively working on that lot.
All right, but what about the building to the left?
So that is because
is that going to be like an on-ramp or something?
No, it's going to be a retention pond because when they extend 275 and do all of that for the veterans extension and
by the way, we're talking about a major highway rerouting or addition right literally blocks from the studio.
So when they do that, they need runoff for the water that, all the storm water that will come off the highway. And that will be the runoff
So that
area.
whole building got taken down just for a retention pond.
Yes. So did the ADT building at the end of Lemon.
They haven't raised that, though, because...
No, that's gone. That's the one that was on the start of Lemon right there, if you go towards West Shore.
Oh, that's gone now?
That's been gone.
Because for a long long time, the city of Tampa was using it for various offices.
Right. They acquired it through eminent domain for the project, but they got it like early. So
like 3 years early.
Yeah, because there was like no tenants in there anyways. So they ended up turning that to like a community resource center where inspectors and stuff could park their cars and whatnot.
Right. Now, and then, but, the Dex building that used to be Tom's building, the big one across the street, it stays. You guys stay, and Dex stays right beside you.
Yeah.
And then send me a link if you could.
I sent you a link.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
To what they're doing?
Yes.
Let me look at it real fast. Brian, how much is it? Is it going to really F things up, or is it going to make things easier, or what?
I mean, in the long run, it'll make things easier, but like all things, until you get to that point, it kind of F things up.
All right, here. Is this it right here? Right here?
Yes.
All right, do I click on it? Boom. All right, Brian, what? It doesn't look like it to me. It didn't, what am I looking at here? Tell me.
So they're extending. You know how right now you've got to, when you get to the end of the vets, you've got to get off to the memorial and then hit the on-ramp to get onto 275.
Yeah, it gets kind of sketch. Because if you're going to the airport or you're going to Cypress, it gets sketch kind of.
So they're cleaning all that up, and now it will be raised, and you will stay on the veterans until it literally connects into and merges into 275.
Then how do you get down to, how do you get down by World of Beer?
There'll be separate exits for that.
Oh.
Off of, actual exits off
So
the
basically,
interstate.
it looks like they're just kind of thickening up this area, and they're thickening, and the biggest traffic faux pas in the history of traffic is if you're on faux pas.
Then he goes in with the faux pas.
Faux pas.
Yes. Sorry, I don't want to bust your flow up.
It's okay. You can bust my flow, kid. The biggest mess up in the history of traffic is when you're in Clearwater or in Pinellas County, there's really the most major highway that connects you to Hillsborough County is 275 Howard Franklin. And in doing so, if you're going to the airport, everybody in Pinellas County will, for the most part, get on 275 Howard Franklin. They got 5 lanes, and the airport is a major destination. They only have, and you know this, from 275 northbound, coming from Pinellas, if you're going to the airport, they funnel it down to 1 lane. Am I not right?
Yeah, it's one lane.
It's 1 lane, and it doesn't matter what time of day. So they're taking like 8 lanes, and they're taking 2 of them and throwing you on the West Shore, and then they're taking you 1 lane from 8, and the majority of the people that are getting off are going to the airport or going that direction.
I don't know if this will confuse you, but I sent you a picture of all the lanes they're going to make.
Yeah, there is actually a video of.
Is there a video?
Yeah, there's a video, like a flyover video. I'll have to find it. Maybe I'll find it during the
like a drone deal.
No, like a computer simulation of and where they actually verbally say, and here there will be a this is going to be extended, and these lanes will continue. Yeah, that's what it's going to end up looking like.
All right, what am I looking at now? Is this your building right here?
Yes, that's the new retention pond was that other building.
I sent you the video.
Oh, okay.
It's 7 minutes.
Man, you sound so. I sent you the video. You sound like Eeyore.
You sound kind of down.
Because this construction is going to.
I sent you the video.
Well, if you're looking at this construction,
man, that's going to be a badass retention pond. I know where we're going to go get some of our bass.
There we go. But no, it's going to create such traffic. It's going to be nuts.
What do you mean? I mean, it should make traffic flow better.
In 10 years.
Man, that is.
I agree with Lummy. I drive by it every day, and I think it looks stupid.
Well, it does.
I hope it falls right back into the bay.
Thank you.
It does look stupid. So now
we look like
Brian,
a real city. It's ridiculous.
Brian, this right here, you're coming from. This will be the exclusive airport exit, right?
Yeah, that'll be 2 lanes.
Only 2.
Yeah, but that I think is. But there's another 2 lanes that don't go to the. If you see that there connecting, there's another exit off of there that doesn't connect to the airport.
Look how effed. Now is this going to be an exit that takes you right down to by you guys? Or to Cypress maybe? I don't know. See this little exit right here.
So there's going to be some sort of roundabout at the end of Lemon Street.
Roundabouts are the worst.
They are the
Well,
worst.
that somehow connects to West Shore Mall under the highway.
Who goes to West Shore Mall?
This is a complicated project, man. There's a lot going. Even watching the video, you got to kind of pay attention to follow it. It's not an easy project.
If you go to 130, well, let's go to 130. It shows the beginning of the project.
Should we just be laying more train tracks around and going that way?
And bike lanes.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Lay the train tracks.
I remember back in the day when I used to drive from Pinellas to get to Lemon Street, and there was actually an exit as soon as you get off of 275, and you could continue on to the highway, or you could just dive off and get right on Lemon. Does anybody remember that?
No, I don't remember those days. I'm sorry.
What am I going to, Lemmy?
All right, go to 140. 140.
140?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Bridge. Drivers in the express lanes have the option of continuing in the express lanes or exiting into general purpose lanes to utilize the existing general.
Now, are they going to make these express lanes on the Howard Franklin kind of like they do the ones that go to Brandon, where they can make them go unidirectional based on traffic flow?
I don't recall that.
Yes, they do.
But I think they do during rush hours.
Yeah,
Yeah, like during the morning, it would go to Tampa. It would be during the morning, 275 would be opened up to be northbound, and then probably during, I don't know, are more people like which is rush hour into Tampa and then back to Pinellas for afternoon drive, or is it vice versa?
It's in the morning.
Are shown in blue. While
That's what they
heading
have
north,
now.
What's
And
that?
They have it heading to Tampa in the morning and heading to Pinellas in the afternoon.
bound along I-275.
Would make sense just based on population.
The project begins at the Tampa side of the Howard Franklin Bridge. Drivers in the express lanes have the option of continuing in the express lanes or exiting into general purpose lanes to utilize the existing general purpose ramps to Kennedy Boulevard, Rio Street, State Road 60 interchange. Continuing northbound.
Rio Street. I've not even heard of Rio Street.
Rio Street is the street that right now runs along the ramp to get onto southbound 275.
Drivers in the express lanes have another option to exit to general purpose lanes if they wish to access
Man, old people are going to be so confused. They're just
Lois Avenue or Dale Mabry Highway interchanges.
Which ones do we get on?
Rio Street will be extended underneath I-275, providing new connections between Kennedy Boulevard and Cypress Street.
Oh, man. Oh, my. That's probably where we get off at, right?
Yeah, that would be the exit for you.
The bridges are removed. We can see the new diverging diamond intersection
So if here you got to go.
underneath I-275. This is a more efficient type of intersection that reverses the traffic movements, with northbound traffic on Rio Street going from Kennedy
I'm buying me a dash cam video because I'm going to be getting me in some wrecks.
Boulevard to Cypress Street on the west side, and southbound traffic on the east side of the intersection. Returning to I-275, we now see the West Shore area.
Which, by the way, there's Brian's building right there.
Yep.
Right there. Tom Bean's Brian building. Right there.
Interchange where drivers in both general purpose
My God, that looks like a mess. That scares me, and I'm not even
and
scared to
express
drive.
lanes can continue northbound along I-275 or exit to the north along State Road 60.
Now
Holy cow.
I think it's time for me to hang up the keys.
I think it's time for you to just continue to come in through West Shore.
Toward Tampa International Airport and the Veterans Expressway. Moving north, access to and from Spruce Street and the airport remains similar, while a new ramp to the airport is added from the express lanes.
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Yeah, it's going to be something, man. It's tough to follow.
When's the completion?
I think they pushed it back. I thought it was supposed to be 2026, and they may have pushed it back a little bit.
They did because they're only starting at 2025.
Yeah, so probably 2027, 2028, which is way too late for this.
All right, when I return, as you know, Brian, we were critical of the mayor. We were critical of this Lieutenant Dan. We were critical on who made Lieutenant Dan. We were critical on this guy who looked like a grifter and had an extensive arrest report coming into Tampa Bay on a 20-foot sailboat, which, one of the arrests that the Tampa PD just recently made was the fact that it's an unregistered vessel.
Good.
So it's hard telling where he got it. And he rolls in here, and somehow some TikToker makes him famous, makes Lieutenant Dan. His name's not Lieutenant Dan. The famous Tampa, or the not so famous Tampa TikToker who became more famous because of this particular situation, names this guy with one leg who's all cracked out, looks like a meth head, looks like a tweaker. Says, I'm going, and that's when they're calling Milton to be damn near a direct hit on Tampa and storm surge of 1,000 feet, and it's like insurvivable. I mean, the mayor tells everybody, she does, that everybody that you're going to die.
This is literally catastrophic, and I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
So Lieutenant Dan, this dude who gets named Lieutenant Dan from this Tampa TikToker tells this Tampa TikToker he's going to stay and ride the storm out. Doesn't matter how high it's going to go. Everybody gets all up in arms because they think we're going to be a direct hit. Even the mayor says you must evacuate or you're going to die. She even has a press conference where the police have now put Lieutenant Dan into a shelter.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
So she buys the hype. We're very skeptical about the whole thing. We call everybody out on the whole situation, as we should. Lieutenant Dan shook people down for it's been argued that he raised about $53,000 on YouTube. It's just a complete shakedown. By the way, there was no storm surge inside the bay for the most part. There was no catastrophic, life-threatening storm surge and or conditions that were going to kill you. It might have blown your, sailboat a little bit here and there, but it was very survivable. We do what we do, and we question, why are you doing this? We pull the guy's rap sheet. I don't know if he's a registered. I don't know if he's a chomo, or I don't know what all of his charges are. And that's that. That's just what it was. Well, then, and if anybody knows anything about social media or anything like that, the younger generation, that a guy named Tfue is one of the biggest gamers in the history of. He became very famous on winning a lot. I think he's won a lot of the Fortnite competitions back in the day when Fortnite was really the jam. I still think Fortnite's very popular
with the kids.
Yeah, and he was winning like these $200,000 and $300,000 tournaments, and at that point, Twitch. I still think. I might be able to ask old girl. Good morning, Alexa. You always got to wake her up. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Today is National Baloney Day. And that's no baloney.
Jesus. Hey, Alexa, how much money does Twitch pay Tfue?
From GetInStream.com. Tfue makes approximately $44,035 per month directly from Twitch.
All right, so
$500,000 a year.
Yeah. So it used to be way more. It used to be, I've heard, when we were heavily on Twitch and we actually had a rep, it was reported that that he made about 4 or 5 million salary. Then he'd go pick off a few of these tournaments, and then his donations and bits and things alone. He was making about $10 million a year, and so he's very famous. And then his brother is equally as famous, as he has about 6 million people subscribed to his Juke Squad YouTube channel. So he does quite well. And these guys are pretty good dudes. I've never met him, but Tfue has been in Dan's Buccaneer luxury box.
Yes.
And supposedly has agreed to go on the show, but never did.
According to this, he made $1.35 million last year from Twitch.
There you go. There you go. Well, his dad, who I don't know what his real name is, but I spoke to him once before, and I always thought it was Robert. I was introduced to Tifu's dad, who I think is named Robert, through Billy Bullers. And this guy comes out and starts taking a shot at me about, here, is this it right here? Yeah. Takes a shot at me. Well, this isn't the first shot that he takes at me. Let me do words, and we can get, so that we're not way late today.
Yeah.
And we'll start breaking this down. We have sent our answer, our acceptance of his of his challenge. We've sent it and we've posted it, and we'll see if he gets back to us. But we'll break this down. We've started to break it down, and we'll finish it out next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Here we are with Tampa.
Yeah. Yeah, who doesn't want to see that? I mean, the cross promotion is going to be brought to you by Bubba Gump Seafood, right?
Of course.
Because you got Lieutenant Dan, you got Bubba. It just works.
What's the odds in Vegas you put it on it?
Bubba would be minus 7,000.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not losing that. Now the coin flip, I mean.
What if Lieutenant Dan's a lot of smack?
I'm just saying, those meth heads can surprise you sometimes.
Oh, I mean, like, he may not even feel my punch.
Right.
Like, he may be like, what? So I'm not underscoring the fact that could be a situation.
Yeah, if your eggs are already scrambled,
yeah,
scrambling them a little more doesn't do anything to it.
His biggest problem is going to be able to maintain his balance when I lay in my big hook. My big fat fucking right hand comes right across his grate. You know, you need that. We need to find which leg is he missing, because if he's missing his right leg, that's really gonna fuck him up. Because you need that right leg, Brian. As I'm bringing my right across your left, you need that right leg to hold you.
Now, would you agree to slap him left and he gets to slap you right?
No, it's
his left leg he's missing.
So maybe I need to switch. I think, Brian, honest to God, under slap rules, you can pick any side. I think you can, because I think they have left-handers in it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you'd be able to slap him right out of his prosthetic leg.
I don't know that he has a pros.
He's got it, right? Was he hopping around on those videos, or was he... I don't know. I didn't watch any of them. I didn't pay the guy any mind. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Organic Gene. What if you and Lieutenant Dan became like best friends, though?
No, that's bad for the brand. I don't want to be a fucking...
You got that right, Xerxes. Have you guys seen the slap fighting promo where that guy that's all tatted up with like the black eyes is up against like the gigantic dude and just gets wrecked?
I haven't.
That's what it's gonna be like when Bubba...
No, but I want to fight this guy.
Somebody emailed us and said they would train you, Bubba.
Yeah, I saw that. The guy lives in Jacksonville.
No, they would come here. His son's the number 3 slap fighter in the world.
Chris Brown said he'd train you. you've got the training apparatus out in the gym there.
Yeah, let's just if we start telling everybody what we got, then they're gonna get scared. So let's just not,
What up, Buck?
What's up, Grouper Lips? What's up, Paul Rogers? What's up, Quicker Ticker? We totted. I missed a lot of you over here. Big Buck, good morning, buddy. All of you. Love you all. 25% homo.
Bubba, I might need the chair today.
Seth's got a lot on his mind, man. A lot on his plate.
Here's the deal. If you do need the chair, I don't have a problem with.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let me know. I think that thing's dialed in. I think actually the website, Bubba Army HQ, and if you'd access it from your phone through your Firefox or your Safari or your internet web browser, you can go crazy and it works quite well through your phone.
Yes, it does.
But we're trying to get that very streamlined app, and it's I'm not saying I'm frustrated, but I think it's taken a little longer than what we anticipated. Is there any update on that?
We have not heard any updates as of this week.
What's the odds? Which comes out first, the documentary or the app?
The app.
The app by far. Yeah. Here's the thing about the documentary, and I'm not, really, it's not my documentary. I just appear in it. It's about me. But here's the thing about it, Brian, and you might appreciate. Once you get it done, then you have to send it to an entertainment attorney that watches it extensively. First of all, you have to transcribe it. Every person that appears in it, every news source, the name of that news source, and then entertainment attorneys. Which you're a hell of a well-rounded attorney, but I think this is the furthest thing from what you do. But you have to get it. You have to send it to attorneys in LA that specifically are entertainment attorneys, and they have to go through every piece of it and make sure that it's if you're using it under fair use, like if you're using a news piece, if you're using a piece of video that they go and dissect every second of it, which you have to transcribe, and then they go through every second of it to make sure that you won't have any legal copyright issues. So that's where it is right now, and that's what's the hang up. Is they and then they'll send it back and they'll be like, listen, under fair use, you can use this news clip, but you have to set up the news with your expert witness or whoever you're talking with. You need to set it up better or longer, or you need to whittle down the news piece because it can only be so long, and you need a better setup. People have no idea how this stuff works, probably including yourself. That's why it takes so long. It's done. It's done. But it's in these entertainment lawyer hands. And you know how that goes.
Yep. They're going to churn you, man. And that's the other thing. It's like no lawyer wants. This is the problem with lawyers sometimes.
And by the way, you're a lawyer.
You give them something to do, and they don't want you to think like they didn't do anything. So they'll make recommendations or like little subtle things just to let you know that they did look at it all, right, and they can justify their billing. Because if they come back to you and say, it's perfect, you'd be like, what did I just pay you $10,000
for? Or if you go and look at whatever you're looking at, right, and it takes you exactly 32 minutes to fix it, or to get get it whatever they need. You can't bill a guy 32 minutes. You got to come back a few times, make a few alterations, couple little hang-ups there, a couple little hang-ups here. You just can't. So
that's 1.2 hours, not 0.5.
Yeah, exactly. So
$10.
So we don't have any. We don't have any idea when it's coming out. I mean, do you think the app will be out and available? Because when we get the Bubba Army HQ app that you'll be able to get on Android, you'll be able to get on Apple, you'll be able to get on any type of phone that you got, it's going to work with all operating systems. You literally hit one button and boom, you're there. And the entire Bubba Army HQ interface works within the app, whether you want to stream something, the show live, whether you want to go back and listen to an archive, whether you want to stream, whether you want to download, whether you want to, hop to one of our various other platforms, whether you want to email the show. The app will be one-stop shopping. It's going to really, really be a shot in the arm for us.
Even if you have a Nokia.
Even if you got a Nokia.
That's right.
Do you think... You and Mach, your mic's up. Do you think that it'll be done by the end by Christmas?
Yes. I mean, there's one thing that is holding it up.
What is that?
It's a
download option. I'm not going to get too deep into it. But that's it.
And I don't think the documentary will be ready by Christmas. I think they're looking at maybe an early next year kind of gimmick. So anyway, moving right along.
Did you pass along the stuff that I had, the idea I shared with you, Bubs?
I don't remember what that was. Maybe you could text it to me.
Okay.
Was it app related?
No, it was documentary
related. I don't know.
I'll text you, bud.
Appreciate it. So yes, I did cover. I want everybody to know the topic that I'm going to talk about now. Tifu's dad. So can you continue to research or look at chat? Those that have not been banned for talking crap about you.
Yeah.
Yes, if you talk crap about somebody, and I don't really monitor chat that much, and I tend to be on YouTube the most. But if I see you being a dick to anybody, whether it's Seth or Phoebe or Seth's mom or my mom, or you have a smart-ass opinion about the Tyler situation, or you're making fun of the shovel face.
No. You guys free reign on me on chat. I don't mind.
Oh, please stop.
No, please. No, please. I don't care. I
do. So shut up. It's my show. Thanks.
Right.
Appreciate it.
But
I'm just going to ban you. So there were a couple people that got banned yesterday. I think one boohooed himself back.
No, one was a friendly fire, Bubba. Felix, he was
friendly fire.
Yeah, he got caught.
I don't like friendly fire.
Well, he loves Lummy.
I like positivity.
He loves Lummy.
So, you got your fate in your own hands. I don't look at it a lot, but if I glance over there, which I do occasionally, and I see, Lummy, do you need a new EP? Insinuating that Lummy's not doing his job and he's totted.
Well, then I'm gonna tattle on some people. Then people were calling Seth fat, saying he looked pale.
Well, then just let me know, because if I see it, if I see those cuts on Seth, you're done.
I just tried to correct their behavior by saying, please let's not body shame on chat. But
like any of us have a perfect body.
I know.
I mean, do you feel secure?
I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul.
When you take off, when you're completely nude.
Yeah, I feel gross.
And you look in yourself in the mirror, completely head to toe nude, and you see your little wiener hanging out there.
Yeah.
Every one of us are probably not. Macho Man.
Even him, he's like my traps aren't looking as big today.
Or maybe we've never seen Macho's wiener, but maybe Macho's not happy with his wiener.
I bet you he has the worst body dysmorphia or whatever it is called out of all of us.
What do you mean as far as wiener?
No, as far as being hard on himself.
Well,
because he's looking for perfection that's like so not attainable.
Yeah, I look at myself and be like, man, that's a lost cause. I'm not going to get too upset about it. Whereas Macho Man would look at himself naked and be like, man, I got to get my right tramp up a little bit. My leg, I'm not quite so symmetric in my buys. I'm missing. Looks like I'm supposed to have a six-pack. I can't get that one little ab to pop. Oh, man, I better start cutting. Oh, yeah. I mean, even you, Brian. I mean, you probably look at yourself and be like, man, I'm disgusted.
I am disgusted.
None of us look good naked.
I can't believe that I found a woman who's willing to sleep with me at all, at any point in my life. Like, that's shocking to me.
Hold on, especially a woman that has the attraction level of your wife. Like, your wife is a attractive woman. Yeah. She's a very attractive woman, and I bet you naked, she looks pretty damn good.
She's got it going on, man.
What I'm saying is, if you guys go naked to naked side by side, like if I go naked to naked side by side, Merch Crick, man, she looks great. I look like, I think to myself, man, what's she thinking?
Yeah.
So, and here's the thing: the people that go ahead and cast that stone at one of us, what do you look like naked? What do you look like? As much as you want to make fun of me or Seth or the next guy, what do you look like?
So if you want to get on the list of people who can make fun of us, send your full nudes to nudes at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
So anyway, I'm just going to let you know that I've been monitoring chat, and I only want positivity. It's my show. I mean, I just want positivity. If you can't be positive, then just shut your mouth. If you're gonna troll, you're gonna be a dick, and I catch you, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. And I also got other people on other. And let me now. Arguably, I don't go to Twitch much. I don't think
Twitch, it's fine on Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
You got Joe from the West Shot. You got
Stop and Go Steve.
Nikki peeled 100 on the Venmo. Talk about somebody who's got a hot wife. Whew.
You definitely have a type, Bubba.
And she's it.
Yep. You definitely have a type.
So anyway, Lummy, hopefully you and Macho Man are keeping up to speed with Mike Rowe and the guys.
We are. Yes, sir.
Because, boy, I think that app would be huge. Now, I know that I talked about this particular topic, I don't know, ad nauseum, but I covered it very extensively yesterday. I'm going to I just got to get everybody up to speed. Okay? So Tifu's dad, which through your various sources, I wish you could find out what his real name is. Just his first name. I thought it was Robert or Bob. I've been calling him Drunk Robert. I think he is a drunk. I do think that he's an alcoholic. That's my opinion. Rumor on the streets. Don't know it to be true. I've been told, hot news, that it could be Robert and that he could have a drinking problem.
Oh.
And he doesn't want to identify himself as anybody other than he likes to live vicariously. That would be like Seth's name being Sammy's dad. Rather than being just Seth Kushner, he's Sammy's dad.
That's so weak.
Hey, Sammy's dad, how you doing?
Man, I know a lot of people think that, and who knows, the reason
His father's name is Richard.
Okay, I wasn't too far.
No, you were not.
All right, go ahead, Seth.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people, they feel like, the reason we exist is to have kids and everything like that, and they put, a lot of importance on that. But then to have your kids be your only identity, I think is, there's something to be proud of, but I also feel like you're lacking a little bit if you're using your kids to identify yourself.
Right. Like you don't see LeBron James's dad. Maybe.
Well, I don't know.
He's Bronny's dad now.
Yeah, I mean, but you're right. For the most part, Seth, most people shouldn't identify themselves socially as somebody's father.
Well, I mean, even privately, if that's the only thing you identify is just as a father. I mean,
I'm Tifu's dad.
You're probably going to be in your kid's business a bit too much.
Instead of Drunk Richard. Hi, I'm Drunk Richard from Madeira Beach, Treasure Island.
Dick.
I think he lives right down by your dad.
He does.
And Drunk Richard.
Just call him Dick.
Yeah.
Drunk Dick. So anyway, Drunk Dick. He now somehow he thinks that he's a big-time player in the social media space. I don't know that Drunk Dick has much of a following. If we go to Tifu's dad Instagram,
there's 53,000 on Instagram.
Okay, that's more than us.
Oh, Bubba, he gets no action on his posts.
Right.
Unless he says vote for Trump.
So this is the guy here that went down and TikToked the drunk guy in the sailboat that this guy affectionately named Lieutenant Dan that got it all started. Now this guy admits
he's got a good size following on TikTok.
Oh, I'm this guy here?
Yeah, Tampa Terrence. He's almost 1 million.
Yeah, this guy's a big mover and shaker. And because this guy's a big mover and shaker on TikTok, that's why the Lieutenant Dan stuff really took off. I mean, it took off and got so organic that you got the mayor of Tampa that's addressing the situation.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
So we're critical about this. The guy raised $50,000. He's a grifter. He's been arrested. And that's what we've said about him. And we were right. We were completely right about this guy. So, Drunk Dick, Tifu's dad, who I guess now is trying to be a social media star himself. Hey, Drunk Dick, let your sons do all the content heavy lifting because they have got it down. Your sons are making 7 figures at being content creators. Let them do it. They know how to do it. They've done it well. They're being highly compensated and they're not just some Johnny-come-latelys. The Juke Squad's been around for a decade, if not longer. So is Tifu. So they've made a lot of money. You're a little late in the game. And talk about clout chasing. You took a shot at me. I never knew Tifu's dad existed.
You're a has-been, and he's a never was.
30 years ago. So he says. So after we get critical,
it's only been like 12. Come on, man.
After we get critical of Lieutenant Dan and what they're trying to pull off and what have you, Drunk Dick, Tifu's dad, gets word of us and us being critical of this situation. Interviews. What's the guy's name? Tampa Terrence. Tampa Terrence, and this is the start of the friction.
Terrence. The inventor of the live stream in Tampa. He went out in the hurricane and came upon...
By the way, you know that warehouse that Tifu owns?
Yes.
I think this is it.
Okay.
I think this is it.
The one in Treasure Island?
Yeah, and they were going to try to make it a big gaming facility, and when he was really rolling hard, and I don't think it ever panned out as far as the build out. So he owns the building. Maybe he's trying to unload the building, but the building isn't, and I know this for a fact because I just have some inside information. It's an old GTE phone warehouse building where they had all the phone switchers and stuff. It's an old phone building.
On a young guy that was dubbed after the fact as Lieutenant Dan. And
that sounded a little bit of a drunken lieutenant.
Well, he either has some sort of cognitive defect or
he's drunk.
It's what it sounds like.
Right. Kind of the way Tuttle used to sound.
Lieutenant Dan told the mayor to go F herself, and guess what? I don't like her, so he did a good job. That's not what you're going to hear on the internet.
And so on the are you saying that I mean, you're really putting me over, Drunk Dick, if you're going to say that's not what you're going to hear on the internet, and then your first example of what you're hearing on the internet is what my position is. That puts me pretty high up. If I represent all of the internet.
But here's what bothered me today, and you can respond to this. I heard this guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. 30 years ago, he was a somebody. And so for clout, he was hammering your guy. And
every news station in Tampa, including the Weather Channel, including our mayor, was hammering the guy.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
And everybody that hammered him was right. It was a shakedown. He made $53,000. And the vessel is unregistered. They don't even know that the vessel is his. And had this guy here, Tampa Terrence, not made this guy a thing, he would never be a thing. He's only a thing because this guy put him on his TikTok channel that has over 1 million followers.
I don't know your guy. I know he doesn't say he's some dirtbag hustling. He got $100,000, he said. You know what? And then he says, he does this all the time. He just came upon the boat and jumped in to say he was doing this. So
now, and at the end of the day, isn't that what happened?
Yep.
I mean, that's the truth of what happened. You guys are taking shots at me. Who's clout chasing?
I want you to respond to what this bull is.
Okay, first of all, he asked me to make the videos of him. When I first met him, he was like, I want someone to tell my story. And I was like, listen, I do social media, so let me tell your story for you. So that's what I did. I told the story. It blew up. Thought like it went crazy. So yeah, I just did what he.
So he got $100,000.
100. I don't know. I don't think anyone got 100. He got 50, maybe 40.
Here we are.
I mean, it does. I mean, they
this
do.
Is the guy.
Hold on here.
Here we are.
They do. I gotta find. Here we go. So here we go. So that's the first shot, and then the second shot comes out just 3 days ago. And we addressed that when it happened.
Yes, we did.
Pretty much just like what we said. Listen, drunk dick, Tifu's dad, we're right. He's currently in jail. Lieutenant Dan, who's not named Lieutenant Dan, is in the Orient County Jail right now. For God, he's got his rap sheet. His rap sheet's a mile long. And everybody reported on the fact that he's in jail. Everybody reported the fact that it was a shakedown. Everybody reported the fact that he shook people down for $50-some thousand. We just report the facts or our opinion. And so drunk dick, Tifu's dad, takes another swipe at me yesterday. Booba or Buddha or Booha or Booba. I'll sponsor a slap contest between your out of shape, your followers all live in the villages, and Lieutenant Dan. Is he drunk when he's writing this?
No, he's saying, so well, first of all, he's a boomer, so he talks to text. He doesn't actually type into his phone.
Okay.
Because my mother-in-law does this, and it's always funny because sometimes it'll pick up background words, and she doesn't edit. So what he was saying is you're out of shape and your followers all live in the villages because you're old. And so that's kind of the dig there.
Okay.
I speak boomer, so
Okay.
I'll help translate.
Why don't you just go ahead, since you speak really fluent boomer, why don't you just go ahead and go navigate through this for me if you could, please?
As soon as I bust him out of jail, you and him in a slap contest. I want to see you cry like a little simp. I'll get a charity amount that goes to hurricane survivors for the event. So, big boy, what do you say? You can wipe up your tears with your fat sponge. Undercard, Tampa Terrence slapping the tattoo off that island boy's face. Whose island? The island boys?
No, it's a tattoo guy that
okay.
took on with
Anyways, that's
that's Tifu's dad. Is this on Instagram?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's on Instagram. Tifu's dad. That's Tifu's dad. Now, I didn't go and see the comments or responses to this. Was there a lot? I mean, was there? Should I go to Tifu's dad and see? Was there? Were you allowed to comment?
Yeah, you could comment.
Did you read any of them?
Gary put our phone number on there in one of the comments.
Okay.
Other than that,
So here's what I wanted to get at. This is my official response back to Drunk Dick, better known as Tifu's dad, who has challenged me to a slap fight. As soon as he bails out Lieutenant Dan from the Orient County Jail, he wants me to do a slap fight with Lieutenant Dan. Now, Brian, will you draw me up some paperwork stating that we're both entering into this contest and that this would not be an able-bodied person doing a crime to a handicapper? Will you put together a contract that covers my ass because I don't want them to turn this around on Bubba is, hurting a disabled person, and that they called us out. This is not our idea. This is they sanctioned this. This is their idea. We're only participating because of their invitation.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to actually be quite busy because I have it on good authority that PewDiePie's uncle has challenged you to Jello wrestle P. Diddy when he gets him out of jail. So you're going to be a busy man.
So here's my answer back to Drunk Dick. Tifu's, but I mean, at the end of the day, Brian, could you draw up something?
Yeah, they do slap fights. It's not a big deal.
I understand that, but what if I slap him so hard that he falls over on his
and dies. It's a risk he's taking, and he's agreeing to. I mean,
I know, but you will you be able to draw up some fancy paperwork quickly, like on some kind of deal?
Yeah, I mean, the way you really protect yourself is to get it sanctioned by the Florida Athletic Commission. But I don't know that they would.
No, they're not going to. But you just strict contracts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Let me I think, Seth, did we put this everywhere?
Yes.
Insta, X.
Yes, sir.
Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Tick.
Yeah, I don't know about TikTok.
TikTok's there.
Tifu's dad, how about you step up too? I'll do 2 slap deals. I'll already be pre-rung. All you got to do is stick your old wrinkled ass up in there. Make sure you don't drink that day, because I heard when you're drunk, you fall over faster. You drunk. You degenerate. You have no identity on your own other than Tifu's dad. Why don't you just call yourself Bob from Madeira Beach? No, you got to be Tifu's dad. What's his name? Let me, Rick?
Richard.
Dick.
Yeah,
Dick, yeah.
Drunk Dick.
From Indian Rocks Beach.
Drunk Dick from Indian Rocks Beach, who has to live vicariously through your famous sons. Because you know, by the way, from now, even though he hates me, I haven't talked to him in 3 years, I'm changing my name to Tyler's dad. Let me, you're Walker's dad.
All right, perfect.
Rhett, you are whatever your girlfriend's name is, boyfriend.
Jason, like
Scout's dad. He's Scout's
Yeah,
dad.
I'm sorry, you're Scout the Wiener Dog's dad, officially from this point forward.
That's actually a pretty cool gimmick.
Scout, Wiener Dog dad. Or I'm sorry, Rhett, Wiener Dog dad. Now, you did raise a couple stud-ass kids, but they know you're a drunk. They know that you've done nothing on your own except live life vicariously through them. You want to poke the bear, bitch? Then you know what? Step up to the bear. I'll take on your one-legged, cracked out in the Orient County. There you go. There's my competition. Right there.
He's going to smash you.
Jail, Lieutenant Dan. I'll take on him. And after I drop that bitch, let me take on your old wrinkled ass. You drunk? Tifu's. There you go. That's my official statement.
Yes,
and now have we sent it to his Insta? Have we sent it to his, have we sent it to directly to him? Or did we we
tagged him? I know we tagged him on the TikTok because he's trying to be big on TikTok now. So
oh, he is.
Yeah, we tagged him.
Now has he responded at all?
No, he hasn't.
I think it'll take him a couple days, Bubba.
Yeah. In order to, and do you think that somebody might try to talk him? So, because if this goes nowhere, I mean, he was pretty adamant about it happening. I mean, he really called me out.
He sure did.
Said that all my fans live in the villages, that I can soak up the tears with my fat sponge. He really called me out. This was not a gentlemanly, invitation. He called. So if nothing happens, then that means he's either scared or somebody has gotten to him and says, "Hey, drunk dad, this is not going to work out."
Well, did he ever talk to Lieutenant Dan about this, or is he just offering him up as a sacrificial lamb?
I think you hit it. I think he has not talked to Lieutenant Dan about it. And let me maybe we should request an interview at the Orient County Jail, an interview with Lieutenant Dan, and say, are you familiar with the fact that Tifu's dad, better known as the Drunk Dick, has volunteered you to slap fight me? Listen, I'm 58, gonna be 59 years old. I am not the beacon of strength. I'm not the beacon of being in shape. I am probably, by BMI standards, morbidly obese. But I really, honest to God, think that I got probably a better jaw and maybe a little more horsepower behind my little T-Rex arms that I could take both of these dudes. I'm actually more worried about Lieutenant Dan than I am Drunk Dick.
I have a message to Tifu's dad. You pick whoever you want, Dr. Dan against whoever he wants in a slap fight. There you go. No, anybody. I don't care.
Brian,
former professional.
Brian,
it doesn't matter.
Brian, shut up.
Dan can take him.
Brian,
I know it.
Shut up. Just we're not going to fragment this into something other than me. It's my show.
But he's just keeping the heat going with Dan. It's just a running week.
I don't need it.
You don't want it.
I don't want them to accept it.
We're using
and then
it.
all of a sudden, I got Dan involved, and it ends up being a Dan event.
We're using it for clicks as the heat.
So now you're saying Dan gets more clicks than me?
No.
Both of you guys have flawed thinking.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you, Seth?
This
It's
is
not
about
you and Dan, man.
This is about me.
No, I'm not talking about the slap fight. I'm talking about the heat between Babyface and Dan. I'm trying to keep that going because we're using that.
Tried to keep it going on something stupid. Dan's not gonna.
I thought it was kind of funny that I was offering Dan up like he offered Lieutenant Dan up without. I don't think Lieutenant Dan's down for a slap fight against you.
Lieutenant Dan's down for anything to make money. Probably.
Yes, exactly. You tell Dan you tell Lieutenant Dan, listen, I got a big crack rock for you. If you slap fight this fat ass T-Rex, washed up hack of a radio personality.
Well, that's my only concern for you, Bubba, because if they get him completely like methed and cracked out before the fight, I mean, I've seen videos. Those guys can take tasings like it's nothing.
I don't care. If I lose, it's not bad for me either. If I win, it's good for me. If I get knocked out, it's not bad. I don't have to win.
We're all winners.
In order for us to get a million views on our YouTube channel.
It looks like he's released, by the way.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, it looks like he got bonded out.
What time?
It looks like on the 20th.
Oh, now hold on. Because
the 21st. Sorry, the 21st.
Okay, because Tifu's dad. If you go back and look at the post that he posted, it would be interesting to see what time he posted it, as compared to what time Lieutenant Dan got bonded out, bonded out.
True.
Because at that point, if the post would be after the bond, then maybe very well Drunk Dick, Tifu's dad, had a conversation with Lieutenant Dan, and Lieutenant Dan is on board with this.
Well, it said after I bust him out, so I imagine
he didn't mean bust out, but yeah.
Yeah, bail him out.
Yeah.
But I imagine that post was before he was actually released.
Could be. Never know.
Yeah.
Bubba, I just sent you something on your IM that will show that maybe your star power is just too big to get involved in a fight like this.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on here.
This got sent to me last night.
Oh, yeah, that.
What? Did you show that to him, Lummy?
Yeah, I sent it to him in the prep.
What am I looking at?
Look at the picture of the
fourth picture.
This?
Down.
Fourth. Right below that one.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's real. My sister-in-law sent that. That's on a 54 in Little Road. Somebody did that yesterday.
Wow.
I think that's actually criminal.
Oh, it definitely is. But I just thought it was cool.
Let's not rat out who did it.
Why do you gotta always just it's like you're now just trying to?
Because I'm an attorney, and when I see something illegal, I say something.
We didn't do it. We don't know who did it.
I'm just trying to say, I'm not encouraging people to do this.
Trying to get Dan to steal my slap thunder, and
no,
now you're
I'm
trying
not.
to say
I was trying to keep the heat going with Dan. That's all. I'll let that beef die.
I did ask people to write me in because it was the only write-in ballot. It was the only write-in section within the Pasco County countywide ballot for mail-in voting, because Merch Crick, she's registered in Pasco County, so her mail-in ballot came. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, hey, there's only one opportunity to do a write-in. Everybody else had an opponent except for this woman here. Write in Bubba Clem. And then I tweeted it, and we put it on everywhere, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. And Lummy, I've actually had, I bet you I get a couple hundred votes.
But people are missing the point. This isn't about like some sort of clever sign or what they did. To me, you mentioned one time on the air yesterday for people to write you in, and somebody was so inclined to go home, print this up, and then put it over the only person that's actually running for it. To me, that shows me a lot as far as
it's awesome
how people are connected. It wasn't about that they created some sort of incredible artwork.
Thank you for whoever did this. We think we know who did it. We're not going to out you. Brian's ready to turn you in.
I'm not. Brian. I'm trying to protect the Bubba Army.
What a narc.
Jesus.
So, Lummy, man.
I'm saying don't do that further. That was very nice of you, but we don't encourage it.
Here's the deal, man. If Drunk Dick, better known as T-Food's dad, does not, if you throw out
And it looks like he made the post the day after he was bailed out.
All right, so okay. So that's even like more premeditated, and the fact like that's even more validated. If he made the post after he's bailed out, then maybe he's trying to make it look like he still has to bail him out. But they must have had a conversation about it. And so if you challenge somebody publicly, and they accept that challenge, and then you just go away. And the challenge and the contest or whatever you're doing just goes away because the person that threw out the challenge for whatever reason didn't return your correspondence. Then doesn't that make them look like the biggest pussies ever? Drunk dick. You're going to challenge me? I accept. I accept.
Have you had Lummy slide up into his DMs to talk to him?
Well, Lummy, slide up into his DMs if you could. Said, hey, I'm the executive producer of the Bubba the Love Sponge show. We accept your challenge.
Just say it's on, bitch.
Where do we go from here? Bubba would also like to, after he participates in the Lieutenant Dan slap off, take a 5-minute break. Get maybe a little bit of hydration, Lummy, and then take on your 80-year-old drunk wrinkled ass. What say you? Lummy, we certainly need to go on record to document that we've accepted their challenge.
JHM3, $20. Yeah, I mean, we put on social media.
I know, but we need to
message him. Poke him
I
right
don't
back
run
in the
Instagram,
chest.
Brian, so we need the Instagram to have do that.
So,
okay, Sethy boy.
Seth, Lummy, you're on TikTok.
Yes, I will do that. I will.
Rhett, however correspondence you can. Let's make sure that we slide up into their personal correspondence and let it be known. Then we accept. Where do we go from here?
I got his MySpace.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say, bring back Tuttle. Love hearing him. I've been listening since like 2008. You're probably going to roast me for this, but I'm a huge fan. Calling from Broward County, from Highlands County. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So can I write you in on my ballot, or are you running this?
I think you can. I think anywhere, any ballot that you get in any part of the country, if there's an opportunity to put a write in, write me in. Write me in for dog catcher of Kenosha County in Wisconsin if you want.
Do you prefer like mosquito control?
Yeah, I'll take mosquito control, school board.
I got you, Bubba.
Just
in Fort Lauderdale, you want to do mosquito? All right.
I mean, I want when they're giving the returns out over the news for them to say, and Bubba Clem got third, and just don't put Bubba the Love Sponge Clem. Just put Bubba Clem. Got 18 votes to be the mosquito catcher of Broward County.
Yes. Hey, listen, November 5th or 6th, whenever it is, I'm voting for Bubba.
Well, it's the 5th. Don't do it on the 6th.
Make America Bubba again, all right?
All right, buddy. I appreciate you from Broward County. By what means do you usually catch the show?
So usually YouTube, unless I'm in the car, and then I'll switch to Rumble, but usually YouTube because I don't have the FM down here. If I could get the FM down here, that'd be awesome. But I was listening to 102.5 when I was in Highlands County, but I'm in Broward now. I listened to you when I was in college in Fort Myers, so I've listened forever. But
yeah, we left 102.5 in September of 2014 and haven't looked back, my friend.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Appreciate you in Broward. Appreciate you, bud.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Lummy, I don't know who's ringing.
Well, we know who it is, but we won't pick it up.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Let him ring all he wants. When I come back, did you see the head coach from the Jets? Now it looks like it's joined the Packers staff.
There you go.
I mean, listen. As much of a head coach that he potentially could or could not have been in New York, I've heard that he's an unbelievable coordinator. That's why I got the job to begin with.
Oh yeah, he is.
And they certainly is not going to. If the Packers can afford it, I don't think Brian coaches salaries or general managers or anything like that. I don't think that goes to the salary cap, does it?
No, and I don't think, unlike college football, that they're limited in the number of advisors and special coaches. Because they'll have
a quality, they'll have like quality control coaches and
advisor to the offensive coordinator type positions,
right? Yeah. Or like Wisconsin head of scouting. You could do whatever. Like Warren Sapp, who's on Dion's staff, he's a graduate assistant, a paid graduate assistant. You have to do that for 1 year in the college ranks, and then you can go on and probably look for next year for Warren to be announced as the actual defensive line coach. But he had to go get his degree in order to become a graduate assistant, and that's what he is now. And listen, if you watch Colorado like I do, I can see, Brian, I know you college athletics, Seth, you as well. The one noticeable thing you can see in Colorado is their defensive line has gotten better.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, from last year.
They were the worst ranked rushing defense in the country.
Right.
And I think they're middle of the road now.
Yeah, now they're middle of the road. They're still not where they want to be. Does Dion stay or does he leave Colorado?
I think he'll probably stay for one more year.
I think he stays quite a while.
I do too.
I think he stays. See. I mean, that's a tough division, though.
If he flips it next year and does, although he's going to be looking for a new quarterback, but if he flips it next year and does big things, I think he'll move on because he won't have any connection to that school further.
Well, and I mean, for a big like a FSU, Gator, Clemson, job like that.
I think.
I don't think you step it down in sexiness within the college ranks.
No, but I think you maybe step up the competition. Well, if I'm him, I'm not going to a school that has floundered in the SEC or anything like that because that's just too hard to get. I would go to a school that maybe, I don't know, was good at one point and has struggled since. And FSU would be the obvious choice. Florida might be a job opening there, and there could be others that open up as coaches move up, slightly, but we'll see.
So anyway, what's the guy's name? Robert? How you say his name?
Saleh.
Former Jets head coach Robert. I wonder if LaFleur hated Rodgers. I wonder if Saleh and LaFleur are having, late night, God, what a dick, conversations. What a controlling dick. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I would imagine that's probably come up, at least in text messages.
Right.
I just don't think that Aaron Rodgers wanted to run LaFleur's offense, even though it made him look good.
I think LaFleur's offense is not a lot of downfield. It's dinking and dunking and guys in motion. And that is usually, look what it did for Malik. Malik went in there with, was a retread for the Titans, was on the practice squad. And he that game plan made him look like a superstar.
LaFleur's a great coach. That's great coaching. You look at USF and they can't adjust their offense one iota because Alex Golesh is not a great head coach. But you look at Matt LaFleur, and to go out there and go, 3-1 while Jordan Love was out?
2-0.
2-0, whatever it was. That's exceptional, man.
And he built it around the guy's skill set.
Yep.
And he
completely changed their offensive philosophy.
The problem that Rodgers had was Google Hunt. And I don't necessarily know that I don't blame him. I don't know how good of a general manager he really is.
Well, he got Jordan Love, and he seemed to have been right about that, buddy.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Before the Colorado game, I called it. I said they'd be 4-2 after the first 6.
Send me Lieutenant Dan's TikTok. Supposedly he's been out of jail for a couple of days.
Yeah, that's what I said. He got bailed out on.
I know. Well, send me his TikTok.
All right.
Aaron Rodgers is the biggest dick in professional sports. Terrible teammate.
Oh, yeah, I passed that along, Brian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gators are not getting bowl eligible. The Gators are more likely to to lose out at this point than to make a bowl game, in my opinion. What say you, Lummy? You see 2 more wins on that schedule for the Gates? No.
Technically, maybe 4 State.
Maybe, but that's a rivalry game. That's a crapshoot. Okay, that's one that's 50-50. Who are they going to beat? Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee? No. It ain't happening. Although Tennessee, I think they might be able to. They could get into one of those games that, like Tennessee got into with Bama, or Florida, Florida
Georgia got into it with Kentucky, so
yeah. I mean, it is possible. But what up, NTGG? You're the pimp. Fuck me for dropping some truth bombs on you, Bubba Kinkles. That's okay. I just said that they're more likely to lose out than to make a bowl game, and I stand by that prediction.
I sent you is that TikTok, Bubba.
Didn't take any cheap shots at him. Well, Ole Miss, you think that's the one you think? The track meet? I just don't know that the Gators can win a track meet. That's all. That's the problem I have is Ole Miss's offense will fire all game. And I don't know that the Gators will for 4 quarters. Although Ole Miss's offense has slowed down recently. I didn't realize. I haven't been keeping close tabs on them. Once they actually started playing some real teams. Kentucky held
So
them to
let me
17.
slide into Lieutenant Dan's TikToks. And,
yeah, I'll give you that.
and tell him.
I could see Ole Miss beating them Bubba Cankles. Sup, Permagrom? No, but Ole Miss is a winnable game for them. Ole Miss is not world beaters.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Dan. This is the toughest vote in Tampa.
The copyright infringement, right? Are you allowed to use Freebird on TikTok? Really? They don't care? The Chinese don't care?
Depends on what account you have. If you have a business account, they don't want you to use it.
Oh, dude, his neck. I mean, you might break his neck. He makes me look rugged.
Morning, TikTok. How you all doing today? Just want to let you all know that I'm on Cameo now. So if you like the first.
Oh, nice.
Only losers are on Cameo.
Looks like he got a new fucking
scooter. Hard Rock.
He's everywhere. He's going to be on Talk Tua, I heard.
People want to judge me.
Is that him getting out of jail? There you go.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all out the Bubba Army. Lummy, I'm a little confused here. Somebody said go check Lieutenant Dan's TikTok.
Yes.
Now is he still? It looks like somebody's put him up now. Maybe in an apartment, and it looks like people are just completely marking out to this dude.
Supposedly it's that tattoo guy, I guess, is his boy.
And we're gonna go through it here, but I don't know that Drunk Dick, Tifu's dad, got Lieutenant Dan's permission or even knows about him challenging me or anything about this particular matchup.
Well, I think that's why he was trying to tag Tampa Terrence in with the guy the tattoo guy that's helping Lieutenant Dan.
Let's try to find out where he's at, and I go down there. You and me, go down there with a camera, and say, "Hey, are you familiar that Tifu's dad, better known as Drunk Dick, has I've been very critical of you, and now you know what? I'm even more critical of him. If you go through his TikTok and just how pathetic society is, wanting to take pictures with this guy, let's not forget the people people gave him $53,000.
Nobody ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American consumer, Bubba.
Yeah. You know what? That's what I was trying to say. So this is Lieutenant Dan's TikTok, and we need to tag him on what I just played.
Yes.
We need to make sure he gets tagged on that.
Okay.
And we need to make sure put it in his messages. But this looks like 4 days ago. So he got out on the 20th. And the challenge that Drunk Dick made Tifu's dad was on the 21st.
Yes.
So this is him getting out of jail.
Come out. You can't be in there, man.
Get him out of there, man. My dog right here.
Yeah. You know what it is?
We all out here for you, man.
Ha!
I appreciate that.
Right.
Who got a cigarette? Anybody? I told you guys to go to the store. We thought you would have had them on you. And I was like, hey, you throw that shit out? Yeah. Oh, man, see, I told you.
So first thing he wants is a cigarette. And if you continue on,
must be a Dan thing.
Right here, hold on, right here. All right, so he has another message on this. We're going through Lieutenant Dan's TikTok because you'll find that he now has prosthetic places that looks like they're giving him free prosthetic legs.
Oh, nice.
There's him going shopping or at a store and people wanting to take pictures with him. Wow. Well, listen, I'm not jealous. Listen, I'm actually in second place on the county commissioner of Pasco County, 3rd district right now. Okay, I got 300 write-in votes, my friend. I don't gotta. I have been a star in my lifetime. I may not be one now, but I've had the taste of stardom, if you will, of making a lot of money. I probably didn't handle that very well.
You're not envious of the position that Lieutenant Dan is in right now?
I'm more in awe of the stupidity of what the younger generation finds stardom to be. When you follow God's will for your life, you can see how yesterday's event prepare you for tomorrow's challenges and opportunities. David Jeremiah. Is that, some kind of Bible scripture?
I've never heard David Jeremiah, but,
Maybe David Jeremiah is the tattooed dude that got him out of...
I get a picture, bro?
So here we go. This is him, what looks to be like at maybe Walmart?
Yeah, it's a Walmart.
I love this, but it's new to me. Bear with me.
Oh, no, that may be like a TJ Maxx that's a Ross. The blue is Ross.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that what cart there.
It says Ross.
I love all the support. If you see me, come talk to me. I'd like to hear your story as well. Blessings for everybody. For you, first day out. So this is Lieutenant. He's already using the hashtag Lieutenant Dan.
Of course.
Hurricane survivor. love, unity, first day out, for your pleasure, FYP, and for you. And here are young.
All he wanted was friends. Oh, this is pathetic.
Hold me up there. I'm closer.
Oh, Lieutenant Dan?
Who?
How cool is that?
Yeah, dude.
How cool is that? No, really?
Yeah. No, really. All day, all night.
Here.
Who? Whoa, shit. Damn
Take
it.
all the way up here.
I walked. On water twice.
Fresh from prison, fresh from shaking people down for $53,000, and fresh from having, who I think may be a friend of his, Drunk Dick, Tifu's dad, challenging me to a slap fight.
Take my picture?
You want a picture?
Take my picture?
Give me the dog.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Brian, doesn't this show this how pathetic our world has become?
Yeah, I think this is the cherry on top of the pathetic Sunday.
It really is.
Wait, Jojo.
And I mean, this looks like a regular, middle class. Well,
she's got a dog in a bag, Bubba. She ain't regular.
Her name is Jojo. Look at that. Jojo.
Oh my God.
I'm petting the dog, man.
You get it? Maybe put it on video.
Here,
put it up there. And then I can see how it goes. I can't believe it. I'm just watching you I'm watching you all the time. Ready? Here we go. Got it? Thank you. All the best.
You see him touch her shoulder?
Yeah.
That got weird.
Yeah, hold on. That got real Joe Biden, did it not?
Well, he said he's learning how to be a celebrity, but, I've never rubbed the... No, okay, I'm not a celebrity.
Just watch.
Got it? Thank you.
Oh, wow. A little creepy.
You have soft shoulder.
Thank you.
I mean, I imagine he hasn't been with a woman in quite some time.
All right, we're back at the crib. Unpacking my crap. I got razors, back scrubber, some new clothes, backpack, starting all over again.
Someone's really making an investment in him.
A Hello Kitty sweater? I'm not quite following that.
Well, I mean, let me pull up his rap sheet.
Yeah,
if you can, let's see what he's been arrested for. Maybe
I thought there was some sort of domestic or something in there.
Some chomo stuff in there.
No, I don't think there's
no
chomo
stuff. Yeah,
there's no chomo stuff.
I'm getting really tired of it.
PSA. By the way, PSA FYP for your page, and I mean, he's really leaning into. I mean, like he didn't name himself Lieutenant Dan. But he's hashtagging everything Lieutenant Dan.
I mean, can you blame him though, Bubba?
No,
wouldn't you, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you be doing the same exact thing?
Yeah, I'd be grifting.
Yeah. So, I don't hate the player, I hate the game.
I hate the audience that makes this guy. How many followers does he have on
TikTok?
671,000 followers. That's pretty pathetic, man.
That's pretty awesome for him.
Yeah.
And God sent in a stronger soldier for this, so I ain't done yet. I ain't quitting. Quitting any of my vocabulary. I don't know what that
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be the next hurricane. I'm gonna be at the next natural disaster, riding it out. The next Cat 4 tornado in the Great Plains of Oklahoma. I'm gonna try to get there and say that I'm gonna live in this tin shed before it hits. I've already figured out a template. I mean, he might be well on his way, Lummy, to being a big-time celebrity. Like, he just needed this little shot in the arm to be identified as a one-legged Lieutenant Dan, and now we're going to have to deal with him like we do the Kardashians for the rest of our life.
I don't think he has that staying power. He doesn't have the it factor at all. There's nothing special about him.
I mean,
when he got angry one time, he dropped the N-bomb.
And hold on, but you got major corporations that are giving him probably... What's a really good prosthetic is what, 20, 30 grand?
Let's look it up.
So we're going to go on to the end, but there's going to be change. He's tired of it. I'm tired of it. I can't go back to Tampa until that mayor's gone.
Yankee Jim, $10.
Oh, hold on. So what's that saying? He's out of Tampa, He's probably in Pasco, or you know what? He's probably over in Pinellas.
Yeah, probably Pinellas.
You know why?
That's what it's going to be.
Because she is so embarrassed that she got bamboozled by him, that she has Babyface, that the mayor runs the city's police department.
Yeah.
And she has instructed her police chief, you see this guy, you pick him up. Because
shoot on sight.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
He validates the heat. Listen.
He's tired of it. I'm tired of it. I can't go back to Tampa until that mayor's gone.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he knows.
So that's what it's going to be. I'm going to put the word out there like that. That I'm a marked man in Tampa because of what the mayor did. I had no part of it.
Man, how tough of a slap can he put on me if he can't even open up a...
First of all, those things are diabolical, Bubba.
I do know that.
They
You're
are
right.
but you know what can open them up, and I can attest this. Bubba Army Show Knife, $19.99 on Bubba Army Shop, BubbaArmyStore.com, right?
The victim of it. Because of what I did and what I stand for, I'm public enemy number one now in Tampa.
Yeah, you know why? Because you bamboozled.
I'm public enemy number one in Tampa, darn it.
And made everybody look stupid, including her. You made her look stupid. You really did.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
Here's the thing, the one criticism I'll make about her in those two statements. On the one hand, you want people to take the storm seriously and tell them that if they don't leave an evacuation zone, they will die. And then on the other, you're up there cracking jokes about how you got this one guy who's trying to get Instagram famous and social media famous.
And you added to that.
And you add to that. So you're mocking it on the one hand, and you're telling people to take it seriously on the other. And that I don't respect.
And every network, including the Weather Channel, Fox Weather, anytime the mayor of the city that's about ready to get hit with a Cat 4 goes on and does a press conference, everybody covers it. So when she blew this out...
the Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
And she's even chuckling. I mean,
she could have said, if you're in Cat A, if you're in Evac A or Evac B, I cannot guarantee that catastrophic things don't happen to yourself and your dwelling.
And you very well may die. Look at past storms where people have refused to evacuate from zones that are marked for evacuation, and people have paid with their lives. That's not unprecedented.
Exactly. You can't say, she 100% doubles down on you're gonna die. You could have just said, listen, man, if you're in A or B, your first concern is we can't get to you. Secondly, there has been catastrophic events happen to the point where people in the past have lost their lives.
If there's flooding, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing crimes, we will not be able to send emergency response to assist you.
But you don't double down by saying lock. She basically says, lock it in.
This is...
I think she even says unequivocally, does she not?
This is literally catastrophic. And I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
Not you could potentially die, not that you got a high risk of not making it, not that history has shown storm surge is a killer, none of that. Just, you're gonna die.
Yep.
You idiot.
I don't know what I did. Am I guilty of anything? You be the judge. Just know that when I get locked up, I need bail money. Somebody better show up. Because I do this for everybody.
He's so entitled. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
If I go back to Tampa and get locked up, somebody better show up with bail money.
I don't give a damn about one of the reasons why I hate this guy is that he has really, really bamboozled everybody and become this overnight. He's a white trash, methed out version of the Hawk 2 bitch. You know what I'm saying? He's a crack, free-based, sketched out tweaker of the Hawk 2 bitch. Are we? Do we all not shake our heads or scratch our heads about the Hawk 2 bitch? I mean, she's now got her own podcast. She's got appearance fees. And so
I mean, good for her for capitalizing on her 15 minutes.
Hey, listen,
I mean, it's hard to do. It ain't easy.
I can digest her fame way more than this guy's fame. She doesn't have an arrest record. She's cute. It was a little bit of a sexual innuendo what she did. She's Southern. I mean, she's I don't have a problem with her fame. I got a problem with this guy's fame. And like you said, he feels entitled. Arrest me again. I'll have some come.
She said somebody better come down with my bail money.
Yeah.
Because I do this for you people. It's pretty entitled.
What people think of me anymore. If you want to judge me, do it. It no longer concerns me. I no longer have to justify who I am, what I do, or the decisions I make. I live my life by my own rules.
I mean, I may be concerned about his core strength. I mean, that guy's.
He's only got one leg to balance.
But he's like 5'5", 110 pounds.
But I mean, the only way
if you lost to him, I would never let you live it down.
Hey, everybody, check it out. This is my new backup account. So if you want to come check me out, I'll be here. I'll be going live once I hit enough people, which shouldn't take very long. So I'll see you soon.
I mean, he's already at 651,000 followers. I mean, I think he probably has met the threshold of going live.
Yeah, it's only 10,000.
Hey, now bring him in here on that account check. And,
nothing but love.
Spam it in the chat.
Somebody's like, you can hear the producer in the background.
Hey guys,
there.
you already know it's leg day here with Lieutenant Dan, Mr. Joe himself, man. What we got going on?
Morning, folks. How you all doing today? I've been set up.
Now, is he at it says he's
Hard
in
Rock Tampa. It's not the Hard Rock. They tagged it wrong.
Okay. Fish on the J 30 on the PayPal. Thank you, sir. So this is actually this is the Seminole Hard Rock.
Yes.
Bubba, you're intrigued by him, aren't you? Because I mean, you're going through all his videos, and that's I think what people do, and I think that's why
I'm intrigued by his entitlement. I want to see how far it goes. This might be my opponent. I want to see how far it goes.
This is a scouting report, Seth.
Yeah.
This is strictly business.
Today, get that started. Should have a leg in about a week and a half.
Let's see how it goes, man. Stay tuned, everybody. Tap in right now. Leg day. Thank y'all.
I mean, I'm in. You know what? More. Every time I'm more intrigued by.
Look at our green screen.
I'm more intrigued by how society, who and what and how they determine who becomes famous or TikTok famous. One would say. I think there's a multi levels of fame. This is what you call TikTok. Remember the guy that was drinking the cranberry juice to the Fleetwood Mac deal?
Oh yeah,
Remember that?
He was cool.
Yeah, but he didn't parlay it.
No.
He had a chance, and see that's where Hawk Tua. You got to give her credit. She was able to parlay it into something bigger.
I agree. No,
and
I think
Lieutenant Dan and his people, they're trying.
I know.
They're trying.
Oh, that's what's up. I like that. Listen, I'm gonna be going live on my other account, Joe. The other account, the other live account, is attached in my bio. JC.
At the end of the day, I want to watch all this guy's stuff because I want to see what my opponent's up to.
Well, but yeah, I mean,
JC
money.
alive. I'm gonna go live for a little while. I'm in traffic right now, so we got some time. See you in a little bit. Bye.
Look at our.
I think most people are just.
Here we are at the leg, getting fitted for the leg. My phone's gone dead, so we're charging that up. I got a friend to introduce you, man.
I want to fight that guy.
Talking to me?
That's who Seth's going against.
That's MJ, isn't it?
How you doing?
That might be Dave. It might be Dave the Dwarf. That might be Dave the Dwarf.
Let it go. You need some help?
Yeah, it is. I can tell by the voice. Dave the Dwarf, if he knows anybody that's popular, he'll come try to jump in and get in on a deal.
Got you. Well, reach.
Look at this. Look at that. A little short, but that's all right.
Everything's a little shorter on here.
Hey, stop picking on my guy, man.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
Who's this? We don't want no problems, sir.
Whoa.
I've taken that as a personal mission, and I've racked my brain over the last 10 years. What can we do to make this a better world for our kids? Because the way it looks to me...
Comes from a guy that, Lummy, has been arrested how many times?
He's been racking his brain, Bubba.
Society is broken. We need more unity in this world. A lot of pain, a lot of healing to do, but God has everything taken care of. Just keep your faith strong. Well, he found God all of a sudden.
It's like Hogan.
Okay.
I was going to say, he's going to be the Real American Beer's next spokesman.
We're our parents.
Real American crack.
So if we don't take care of our parents, the kids aren't going to learn to take care of us, and we're going to be screwed later on. And that's what's happening today. Because
No, not everybody can get on. Not everybody can get on a GoFundMe deal and raise $53,000, having commandeered a vessel that's not yours, and got a famous TikToker to put you over. You're set, brother. You're set.
Kids got your heads up the ass, and you don't know what's going on. You're all into this I don't know what, but we got no love anymore. There's no love for family unity. There's no love for anybody. I mean, you talk about having 5 baby mamas and 6 baby daddies. How much time do you devote to the kids?
Feeling today? You in good spirits?
Yeah.
Seems like you are. Seem like a happy guy.
So he's getting a new leg.
All right.
Still speechless. This is his new leg. I wanted to go to the new leg deal.
July 25th, 1970.
Oh.
All right, let me see. Here we go. This is the place. Leg day was a total success. What's the place called now?
Optimum Prosthetics and Orthotics.
Oh, so he's gonna have 2 legs against you.
Oh man, I might get my ass kicked.
He's gonna have.
He might be fully legged. I was anticipating him not being, able to. I want to see the leg. Maybe. Now does he?
He's not going to have it today. They're fitting him for this. They're getting him fitted for his prosthetic, and it's going to probably take
how y'all doing?
A couple weeks to get it.
We're going to pick up...
they're giving him scooters too?
Yeah, look at that.
Brand new, probably $4,000 scooter.
You gonna take one? Come on. I put my arm up on your shoulder. Put your shoulder out. There you go.
All right, well, there you go, Lemmy. There's Lieutenant Dan. Let's make sure we send our acceptance directly to him so that he knows that, we probably need to let him know that Drunk Dick has already signed him up for it. We just got to get some answers here, Lummy. We got to set this thing up.
Sure do.
Ready to go. I don't need any training.
Like I got Bob.
I got Bob out there. I'll slap a few times here and there. Bring my hips. Put some chalk on my hands. Get a pool noodle in case he knocks me out.
He's not going to do that, Bubba.
Hello?
Hey, Bubba. Mike from Miami.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, yesterday I called. Yesterday, I was on, go ahead, smack him. Hopefully it's a one-hitter, time quitter. But this dude's still running his mouth and about your fans. I wouldn't even entertain
Now, hold on.
Lieutenant
Dan has not said a word about me or my fans.
Exactly. The other guy's trying to have other guys do the dirty work. If they want any issues, they'll come to you. I wouldn't even entertain this guy anymore. Nobody knew who he was until you started talking.
Well, we're kind of wanting to, because Lieutenant Dan's got such a huge following that we're trying to get a Lieutenant Dan rub. At the end of the day, if I knock him out,
just go take a picture with him at Ross.
Yeah. Thank you, buddy. Sounds like you've been having the same stuff he's on. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what this reminds me of? Like that Mark Lunsford guy. Remember how you called him out and you nailed it?
Oh yeah, I was the only one for years. No, but the media landscape has changed. If Mark Lunsford would have had Twitter and TikTok and all these other places, he would have even been that more powerful. But for years when I was off the air in Tampa, this Mark Lunsford dude would roll around and do all these charities in the name of his dead daughter, and it took me getting back on the air, and he had like a $250,000 motor home and a $60,000 motorcycle, and
he was paying himself and his family members, if I recall, through the charity.
Right.
And all the money from the charity was going to them.
Right. So, sir, the background noise is unbearable, but thank you for bringing that up. I agree with you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Sure. Felt like I was right beside him. When I get back, we're going to talk about, I guess there's a Donald Trump accusation from, 30-plus years ago?
Yes, I believe so.
And then Caitlin Clark is officially the 4th most marketable athlete in the world. But yet the WNBA, says they're losing.
Well, they probably did. That's an old TV deal. It's all a work, man. The money's coming in with the new TV deal. Everybody needs to chill out.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Glass Travis. What's up, Bitch the Mark? 77 skills, 70 months. Hiatus, Gary Jim. Nikki Bjork.
Yeah, and my senior year of high school, I was discovered at the mall because I grew up.
Lieutenant Dan is in Spring Hill.
Spring Hill. All right. Sure is. I really like it, Stezuk. Does not like it at all. Of course, you want Mike Durbin. Hoax, Felix. We're in serious talks.
lazy piece of veal.
To not have that pulled at all after you did that's very impressive.
I guess so. Just remember that when you get mouthy with me. That leg could at any time. You'll see it coming because I really got to set up and turn on it.
Yeah,
it's a good deal. Yeah. Well, I mean.
He's Brian the Babyface Matroni. For those of you Brian Marks, pony up the cash. You love him. We have to put up with him. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Again, thank you to Austin Wolf Fencing, WULL or WULFF, Wolf Fencing of Orlando. He does a lot of my fencing at my track, does some here. The hurricane wrecked havoc.
Does he work in Tampa? Because my HOA got wrecked. And we have about, I would say, 500 yards of fencing that run along the perimeter of the community.
Chain link?
No, vinyl.
Xerxes 69, $10.
That beige vinyl.
Right.
And those things are just, they get blown out, but they got...
But you can replace them.
Well, you can replace them, and what happened is that, like,
I had that same fencing at my former mansion.
Yeah, all the slats are fine, but the posts, like, I didn't know they don't put 4x4s into those posts. So the posts are just empty plastic shells.
Right, and they usually now, a lot... They are empty. They're 4x4. You know, they're empty. They're hollowed out. You know, posts that you're supposed to fill with concrete, but most just fill with. You know, they go 4 foot down and they'll just go straight dirt, and that usually under normal conditions is enough to be okay. But if those posts have dislodged, which they probably have.
Well, it is just dislodged. They bent and cracked because that's the one thing about the vinyl fencing is after about 6-7 years of baking in the Florida sun, it becomes very brittle.
The one thing my guy did when he did mine was he took wood that was just a little smaller than the size of the post. The 4x4 squared hollowed out deal. And my guy put wood down there and then concrete so they had something to adhere to.
Yeah.
And I'd have the slats blow out, but not the posts.
Well, and that's what you want. That's designed for that,
right,
so that the slats become dislodged, they don't crack or break, and then
the posts stay intact.
But the problem is the way they cheaply install this is exactly what you said. They just fill it with dirt.
You weren't in charge of. You were probably not on the HOA at the time.
No, it was the builder. It was the home builder that paid for it. So obviously they cheaped out because what do they got to lose?
So we can get a hold of Wolf Fencing. He would just probably need to know the type of fence it is because he's going to have to order the replacement posts, and then
He's coming next week. He can get you a measurement, Brian.
Yeah, I'll get him out there. It's a big contract for him if he wants it.
Yeah, he's got a couple workers, man, and they lay the fence. They're good peeps. He'll be at BARP as well. Caitlin Clark named the 4th most marketable athlete in the world. Does anybody have a number on what she's pulling? Like, I guess it's not NIL. First of all, wasn't she at Iowa? Up like the forefront of the NIL game. I think she got a couple years of NIL, did she not?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I know right now she has her $28 million deal with Nike. I don't know what she's worth or what she's worth to, brands or anything like that. But, I mean, she's in pretty elite company.
My guess is she's pulling in 15 to 20 million this year from
just various
all across the board.
How about Simone Biles?
Probably 20 million.
Now, is that contingent upon, can she run it? Can she milk it for 3 years to the next Olympics? And
no, she's done. She can milk it for the rest of her life.
Dating a Bear now. The Bears safety used to be a Packer guy. Right now, is he still with the Bears?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He was at the Packers last year, was a free agent, went to the Bears. So you'd see her at Lambeau Field a lot. And now you probably see her at Soldier Field. She loves her man. She backs him up. So she just, has a beautiful face. She was, like an 8 or 9 or 10-time gold medalist for gymnastics.
So here's what I don't get about that list right there that Sport Pro put together. Simone Biles.
I don't get it.
Simone Biles made $7.1 million in 2023 in endorsements. LeBron probably made that off of one endorsement.
Yeah.
So I don't quite follow what this is based on.
I don't quite follow what their template is.
Marketable. I think there's no.
It's marketability score.
There's no like a Q score. Is it what is the score?
The marketability score
from who?
This company.
From the DEI Association.
North Star.
I don't think it's DEI.
I'm being a smart ass.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about who you're going to invest. Who would you invest your money in? Like who would get you the best return? Who's one of the safest people that you could put your money in if you're marketing? I feel like a gold medal Olympic champion Simone Biles. I would say, especially somebody that overcame mental health issues and everything like that. I feel like she would be definitely in the mix.
In today's world, though, if I had a big company, I guess it would probably determine what type of company it is, but I would go with Caitlin Clark.
I mean, you think I'm going to go with some quarterback who is potentially going to have, charges drop, any moment when I have that person under contract? Or you think I want to go with like a real safe-ass person like Simone Biles or Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark all day.
I don't know the last time other than Michael Vick, a quarterback found himself in trouble in the NFL.
Oh, how about Deshaun Watson?
Well, yeah.
That's going to still happen.
Yeah, okay. Vick and Watson.
Big Ben.
That was a while ago.
It
was after Vick, though.
It was.
So anyway, if I had a huge, let me ask you a question. If you had to hire one of these on this list to be a spokesperson for Hunter Law, who would it be? And let's just take money out of it because Lionel Messi, LeBron James, and the Ronaldo guy, they're 8-9 figure guys.
Well, Mbappe's on there. I mean, I think he's making.
I mean, it's a lot of soccer players.
I know. So let's just say, let's take money out of it, and who would be? In my opinion, I'd hire Caitlin Clark. She checks all the boxes. She checks all the boxes, and she single-handedly has got the average guy like me and Seth, who prior to her could not tell you anybody that played in the WNBA for the most part. And I find myself on my ESPN app following the Indiana Fever and seeing when their ball games are, and if it can fit into my Saturday, I try to catch the game.
Mike Thurman, $50 cash app.
So I mean, a question is to you, babyface. Who do you hire on this list to be a spokesperson for Hunter Law? Got in a car wreck? Got medical mal, all the things that you do. Not the family side of it, because, Caitlin Clark wouldn't say, hey, get ready to get a divorce, hate your wife. I'm Caitlin Clark. I'm telling you, Regina Hunter will get it done for you. But on the injury side of it, who would you hire on this list to be a spokesperson?
Did your wife leave you for a WNBA center? If so, call Hunter Law. Caitlin Clark would be up there. I think her and Simone Biles are probably the two it factors. The difference with Clark is her star's rising while Biles is setting.
And Biles is, she's not going to compete anymore. She's cute as hell. She is on the down as far as being able to be any more accolades and awards and championships and things like that. But meanwhile, what's the shelf life of a WNBA player? 10 years, 15 years?
I mean, Diana Taurasi is still playing. I think she's 72.
And, guards tend to be Do guards get more wear and tear than the big man, or do the forwards in the NBA? Do the big guys get more? Do they have a lesser shelf life than, say, like a Stephen Curry kind of guy?
Yeah, the big guys tend to not last as long. Taurasi's 42 years old, and she's on her 21st. She's deciding whether to play her 21st season in WNBA. And if it had been more like the men's game, she would have been out after her first year,
right,
and she'd be on, her 24th season in the WNBA.
I think I saw somewhere on the internet where they were comparing Brittany Griner going one-on-one versus, I forget who it was. Did anybody ever see it?
Like she went one-on-one with it?
No, they were like, what if...
Oh, she'd get destroyed.
But there were people saying, like, and even Brittany Griner was, like, talking smack about this very well-known NBA player. And it was like, what if they went one-on-one? And it was like, why is this even a conference?
Brittany Griner would be so embarrassed she would walk back to Russia and lock herself up inside that prison.
She'd turn herself in?
Yeah, after what would happen to her on the court with the dude.
All right, now listen, I'm going to play this next clip. And I want all my affiliates to understand that I probably know as much about radio as you do. And I certainly have navigated around the FCC notice of liability waters more than you have. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm not trying to act like I know more than you. This is your radio station. And I'm honored to be on it. And I'm talking about my 3 terrestrial affiliates, Phoenix, Fort Walton Beach, Tampa. That's what I'm down to now. And so, but I'm going to take it upon myself to think, if I don't say the word, and the word is bullshiz. Daniel Dabbs, lend me 25 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo at the Bubba Army.
Let's go, Brigade. Let's get it in. It's the end of the month.
So here's what I'm thinking. Now, over the years, they have treated television different than radio. They're always a little bit harder on radio. I don't know for why, but they have been. Like, for instance, this whole, one of my major things that I'm noted for, not necessarily in a good way, is my $755,000 FCC fine, the largest single fine in the history of radio. It got me fired from Clear Channel. It caused me to sit out for 4 years in radio. And if Howard had not believed in me and given me an opportunity, I don't know where my life would be right now. So for that, I'll be forever thankful for Howard. Howard gave me the global thumbprint that basically has set up our success today. Think a guy in California would know about us had we not had those, 5 or 6 years with Howard? No.
Only if he saw the sex tape.
So anyway, what started out as a television problem with the Nipplegate and Janet Jackson, which was not a radio issue at all. Like, it was 100% CBS, Viacom. They're the ones that were they had the broadcast rights to that year's Super Bowl.
Damn, the world was bored back then.
It was, wasn't it?
Oh man.
1.5 seconds of an areola that was covered in jewelry. That's it.
Which we can all agree the first major work, sexual type work on broadcast TV in history.
And so,
I mean, that was set up.
Yeah, well, that was
because why would she have her nipple bedazzled to not be
not
revealed?
only that, but why would she have a trapdoor Velcro Willie on the deal?
Right.
And why would the song end with that movement?
Right.
Boom. So yes, it was very premeditated. They never got in trouble. Justin Timberlake, Janet Jackson never got in trouble. CBS, Viacom went in front of congressional hearings. I don't know what they end up getting. I don't know what type of trouble they had, but all of a sudden now, and then we're talking, this is circa 04. And now Janet Jackson's nipple, which wasn't even like just a full-blown,
550,000.
Yeah.
Is what Viacom had to pay.
Less than I got. So the company that broadcasted the Super Bowl, they got a lesser fine than I did, and I wasn't.
And theirs appeared to be premeditated. And they had the ability, they had a delay and failed to dump it.
And hold on, my stuff that I got fined for was all 3 and 4 years old.
And it was innuendo. It wasn't anything, direct. That was direct sexuality. I mean, I don't have a problem with it per se because it wasn't an actual nipple that was,
No.
It was, so, but it was premeditated. Viacom, if they didn't know about it, still had the ability not to air it. And they didn't. They made the decision not to do anything about it.
And so Congress gets all over this deal. It's all about indecency. The Broadcast Indecency Act, 49 from Hector Gonzalez.
$50.
What do y'all think about the Abercrombie and Fitch? I'm going to get into that. The CEO sex trafficking deal. That's one of the things I got to get into today.
Process Abercrombie later.
So thank you, Hector. So what really was and only a TV situation, now Congress is having hearings about radio personalities, and there's basically 3 people that got fired for it, 2 of which, were really, really hung out to dry, and it was Howard Stern and Bubba the Love Sponge. K-Dub Lummy, $57.50. Don't know where that comes from on the Venmo deal. But thank you. Turning it up. That babyface, shovel face money is coming in nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Babyface Brigade.
K-Dub said love you Lummy on the comment.
So what starts out as a TV deal, now they're going back and listening to tapes of radio broadcasts, and it turns into a radio deal, and Howard Stern, Bubba the Love Sponge, and this team of guys from Atlanta called the Regular Guys, we all get fired. Now, Howard only gets fired from Clear Channel, it was Clear Channel at the time. CEO is a guy named John Hogan, and he testifies in front of Congress. And he says the Howard Sterns of the world and the Bubba the Love Sponges of the world will no longer have a home on Clear Channel Radio. And I will see to that personally. And so I get fired. And I don't have any other affiliates besides the 17 Clear Channel affiliates that I have. So I'm done. I'm absolutely done. And had it not been for Tom Bean's brilliantly negotiation skills and catching John Hogan in a lie in front of Congress, I wouldn't have got paid. But Clear Channel paid the rest of my deal out. That's what saved me. So,
you paid your team to stick around.
Yes.
I mean, you were, that's one of the things. People can take shots at Bubba, say whatever they want, blah, 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 and even disgruntled former employees can. But I don't know an employer in the world who would have paid to keep his team around facing the uncertainty for their future like you had with yours.
For 2 years, I paid Brent. I don't care. It's my money. I'll tell you what I want. I made Clear Channel paid me $55,000 a month. And I gave $12,500 a month to Manson. And I gave $3,500 a month to Brent. And then I kept the rest and had to pay taxes on it and try to maintain my family. Spice Boy elected to continue to work. He was DJ Fatty, I guess.
Oh no, him and Puddin' in the morning, man.
Yeah,
Fatty and Puddin'.
Yeah,
Fatty and Puddin'.
Fatty and Pudding.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Fash.
And Fish and Boy had some real competition.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Fash.
So
we ran all those guys off the air, Bubba.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they were there for like 60 days.
How'd you guys take down Fatty and Pudding?
The Monsters, Taco Bob, and Jerk Off, Fatty and Spice.
So,
I mean, we had them all.
You can say what you want. Manson can say what he want. Spice can say what they want. Brent never has spoke a bad word. But I paid my guys because I didn't want to lose them, but nobody was going to hire them anyway. But I still wanted to keep. I just felt it, So for 2 years, I mean, what's $12,500 a month times 24. What's that?
7 million.
No, it's like 250 grand. 270
So I got a guy
grand.
now that does nothing but do a small little, I don't know what the hell he's doing nowadays, and he just absolutely hates my guts. But I mean, one, would you ever been able to have the success in radio that you had with me? Two, I really took pretty damn good care of you, bud. I mean, at Manson's highest, he was making $600,000 plus.
Did you ever change his oil at all?
No.
But he was making $600,000 plus. He could afford to go to Pep Boys or Jiffy Lube.
If you're making $600, I think you can just trade your car in and get a new one. I mean, he was making a lot of money. I mean, there were times where when we would do a Bubba Palooza, I'd be scratching him off a $35,000 or $40,000 check.
Order Massey, $20.
For real. So I don't want to.
Don't forget, you had to pay Ned too.
Right, exactly. So anyway, I've been through the gamut of the FCC rules and regulations, and it seems like it's becoming less and less a thing. Words on the radio. I know some people think that you can say tits, which I've heard many a radio personality do. I try to stay away from that. But when you got in a news capacity, I'm playing this as a news source. I know it's cable. Cable has different rules. But this is arguably, potentially, the next vice president of our country. And he's at an event in Madison, Wisconsin, as they're canvassing the swing states right now. All hands on deck. Not only all hands on deck, but let's come up with the most outrageous stuff we possibly can. Let's not forget, this was in 2016, this was when they rolled out grab them by the vagina deal. 11, 10, 8 days out. All of a sudden, the Billy Bush from Extra and the Donald Trump grab him by the vagina
that
deal.
propelled him to victory.
Well, I know, but they rolled it out not thinking that it would help.
They killed Billy Bush.
They killed Billy Bush. Kind of like the Hogan tape killed me.
That's right. You and Billy Bush have a lot in common.
Yeah, but Billy got back on, man. He's
where?
He's back off, I think.
No.
Where the hell's Billy Bush?
No. Look, I think he's back on Extra or
ask Alexa. I don't know. Yeah.
Now at the time, Billy Bush was doing, I think, Good Morning America in the 9 o'clock hour.
He was like the up and coming Ryan Seacrest.
Right. Now I think he was put in a timeout.
Well, he got the Predator label, because Trump.
Oh, yeah, he is on Extra.
Thank you very much. Everybody can apologize immediately. Appreciate it.
Apologize? Yeah, I apologize profusely.
Trying to hang me out that I don't know. Listen.
Thank God Billy Bush is still working.
He lost his wife out of it. She divorced him in 2018. I imagine that this had something to do with it.
She was looking for an out.
So anyway, listen.
Sidney Davis.
Here's my story. And so the Democrats and the Republicans, I'm not taking either side, they're at it. They're on it. They are absolutely on it. They're throwing all these accusations. It's only just begun. It's really going to get dirty. There's an accusation that we're going to get into now. Donald Trump supposedly touched a girl at a modeling event 30 years ago. We got to get into that. So Tim Walz, potentially, one could say, Brian, this guy has at least a 50-50 shot of being our next vice president, right?
Yeah. I think it's slightly lower than that at this point.
But
it's definitely trending in the wrong direction for Kamala.
This guy now is
one of two choices.
One of the top 4 influential politicians in our country.
Brian has Trump winning, by the way.
Okay, I understand.
I'm running the numbers, and it's not looking good for the Dems.
Answer the question. This guy is one of the top
Yes, I
4.
answered it. I agreed.
All right. So when this guy gets on stage on C-SPAN, and he decides to say a cuss word that normally wouldn't fly on radio, and I would have to dump out. And I would dump out if it wasn't the Democratic... The governor, is he former governor or current?
I think you have to relinquish. Most states you have to relinquish your office, but maybe not Minnesota.
Yeah, well, remember DeSantis made the rule where he didn't have to.
Right. He changed the law for himself.
Right, exactly.
Tim Walz he's still the governor.
He's still the governor.
So the governor of Minnesota, who's a vice presidential nominee, when he drops this word on stage in a news event, this is a news event. This, to me, is a fleeting expletive that I don't have to dump out, and I'm not going to dump out. If that causes me to lose my job in these 3 markets, and it looks like we're going to get off terrestrial radio a little faster, Lummy, than we anticipated. But this guy delivered this word. This is a word that's not supposed to be on broadcast. I think the word in itself is you should be able to use it. It's not one of the big like the F's or the C's or anything like that. But when this guy drops this word at a live event in public on C-SPAN, I'm covering it as a newsworthy story, I'm not dumping it. I'm going to let it fly. Here you go.
And that's not a joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate.
So this is actually pretty funny. And everybody's thinking, okay, Tim Walz, he's going to talk about, J.D. Vance.
His running mate, Elon Musk.
Gets a pop.
Seriously. Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time. But that's it. So, look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it.
So, I mean,
look, I got to give it to him.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny because he gets you with the cliffhanger. You think he's going for the J.D. Vance deal. He throws in the Elon Willie, gets a pop on that, and then he talks about how Elon's rolling around acting like a dipshiz. I think it's funny. I don't think it's actionable. It's a newsworthy event, administered by arguably one of the top 4 legal people in our country.
Politically influential people, yeah.
In our country.
Yeah.
Here is, I think I'm way behind.
We need a break.
Yeah, let's do a break. When I come back, I'm going to come back with the Donald Trump advised woman who said that she got raped 30 years ago.
Raped or groped?
Groped.
Big difference.
Yeah, not really. I mean, not really.
Either way, you're not asking.
Grab him by the pee is not raped. That was a grope, but it might as well have been a rape. The other thing, Brian, is I absolutely have to thank you, and I love it. I'm intrigued by it, and I wanted to break it down with you now that the swing states are starting to not sure up, but as we get closer to the election, of course, that's the infamous 270 to win. I love this interaction map, and I think you, out of all of my guests, all of my co-hosts, really pay attention to this more than, like, you'll even break it down. Like, for instance, the last election, when we all went to bed at 11:30 or midnight and be like, yep, tomorrow morning, man, Donald Trump will be the new president. And you're like, not so fast. We got Fulton County out of Atlanta. We got a sleeper cell out of Maricopa County. We got a Philadelphia kicker. I wouldn't be so fast. You really, really know this stuff. I want to readjust this based on what you have found out or the new stuff that's come down or the new data you've analyzed. Because you just said a few minutes ago, you got it. There's some stuff that's come down that's caused you to say,
yeah, I'm leaning it's like 70% likely that Trump's going to win at this point, 75%.
But we'll start with it. We'll use the infamous 270 to win breakdown deal, okay? Coming up next. Hold on.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
He came in hard with 250.
Thank you, LM Close.
$20
Stay safe out there. What's that?
Bypass the comments and give you
Yeah. Well, they know you're seeing it. That's
Hey, let me. I think I sold 2 generators this week for Jeff.
We have Bubba Army generators?
No.
But that's not a bad idea.
No. I think Lasker bought one, and I think Tara bought one from Bad Touch Jeff.
Nice.
Bad Touch Jeff.
Wolf said he'll come out and look at your fence this weekend.
Okay, have him message me on next weekend. Okay. Because I want.
He's coming over to this.
Seth, you like yogurt?
Next weekend?
Next week.
Next week? Okay, yeah. Just have him message me.
Yeah, I
so
don't mind
get
it
the
sometimes.
address
You seem like a
and,
yogurt guy.
if you don't mind. I don't have any direct line there.
Yeah,
but
it's
wherever.
if it's around,
wherever
I'll
he
have
wants
it.
to. Either Facebook, preferably Facebook.
Can you give me your number?
Or, yeah, he can reach out to you. Yeah, he can text me. Just tell him not to bug me all the time. I'm just joking. I don't mind getting texts from occasional Bubba Army.
He won't even bother you. He doesn't barely text at all.
Only ultra royalty. If you have my cell phone number, you know you're really in the Bubba Army.
Hey, Brian, did you want to do Jay Gator's thing today or tomorrow?
We can do it today. Let's fucking knock him out. Anybody got any fun things going on this weekend?
I'm gonna be at the track Saturday. We going golfing.
Golfing for Lummy. Oh, it's your golf trip?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're taking Friday off?
Nope.
Oh, you're going out right after the show. Lummy's out, guys. Don't.
Lummy,
fuck
is this your annual golf trip?
Yeah.
Are you missing? I thought you took time off.
No, sir. I just leave right after the show Friday.
Yeah, don't fuck with him Friday. He's not available after 9:59.
What up,
But
Berto?
it's not my voice.
But I am. What's up, Bubba Nash? You guys are the best. Nash Bash 2025 coming at you. Bubba Raceway Park Winter Nationals, February 10th to the 22nd. Woo!
What's up, Paul?
I made up the dates, but everything else is true. Bubba, the Winter Nationals going to be bigger this year since East Bay's fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Oh yeah.
Like twice as big?
What up, Ashley?
Like
1.5?
no, like 3 times, 4 times.
What's up,
3 to 4
Brian?
times. Woo!
No, like for real. Like this could be. Let me tell you this, and you'll be able to really.
What up, Fred?
Really wrap your head around this, okay?
Uh-huh.
We potentially, just because of East Bay being the huge franchise of 38 years, and everybody from up north goes to it, and the amount of, we used to have a late model race on a Monday, Tuesday, compared to East Bay, who had them Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like they had them all. We had 2 races and they had 5, and of which 2 of them were in the weekend.
I got you, Felix. Anytime, man.
But it is such a potential in business.
Thank you, Fred.
Money wise, that it could. You ready? Here's the big
I thought
kicker.
it was very good, man. I appreciate
It
that.
could be the difference of Regina liking the track or having her current.
Wow.
Like
Being completely
Regina
different.
could actually say, "Wow, the track made that much money."
Now, I have a question for you, buddy. Do you guys offer like camping passes or packages at the track?
Yep.
Do you have a deal with like an RV company
Are we evolving, Fred?
that
Is it
provides
evolving?
them, or?
No, it's bring your own camper.
But that might not be a bad deal for you either. Get a sponsorship with an RV company for that month, where they can rent them out there and you can do some cross promotion stuff. Just throwing it out there. I got ideas. I'm an ideas guy. I'm not an execution guy.
April, I don't think anybody's freezing out Brian's jokes. I just think he's made a couple that I'm not sure if they broke the 6 rules or not. So that's why I've been on the edge.
Oh, you're on the edge today?
No. I'm saying like Babyface had a couple of jokes and I just wasn't sure.
You just didn't pop
I
them.
wasn't sure if some of them crossed the line, so I wanted to just kind of wait. And,
Yeah. Being respectful to your host.
Yeah, but nobody told us to stop laughing at Brian at all.
No, and I
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I feel, by the way, just unbelievable amount of participation today. Of course, the head of the Bubba Army Indiana Mafia, John Costica, comes in hard with a hundo.
My favorite Hoosier daddy.
You know, you got a whole list of Hoosier royalty.
You let him stay with you when he comes?
No. I mean, John's
He can afford a hotel.
let me get my own hotel. I think he might be bringing his wife this year.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah. And let's not forget one of the largest of the day, LM Close. This is all Brian Babyface shovel got hit right in the face with a shovel. 250.
Nice.
LM Close.
You're the man,
Yeah,
LM.
you tied Hierarchy 65.
Bubba, what is
Hierarchy
it?
65.
What is it when...
I think they like when Brian, like today has been, if I may, but I think Brian there's been a perfect mix of counter. There's been a perfect mix of schmarminess. There's been a perfect mix of adversarialness. There's been a perfect mix of dancing with me on some stuff and agreeing. I think today is one of his best appearances with regards to, listen, he got me a couple times.
James Godwin, 25.
And I took it.
Yeah, you did. There was one that I was like, after it came out of my mouth, I wish I had Dan's ability to just put my hand over my mouth when I'm literally holding my words in, because I could use that trick sometimes. But yeah. I got by it. You didn't. Luckily, it didn't squirrel you.
I think I gave you.
We survived
it. I think I took it like a man.
There was I think about a quarter of a second of silence and a sigh. It was like.
Took it like a man.
Yeah, but I do appreciate that, and I apologize.
And there was I didn't ask for one.
Well, I'm giving one because it was against. It was bad. It was bad. It was old Babyface, and that Babyface is dead. That little bitch is buried 6 feet under.
No, I saw him yesterday.
Okay, but he comes out after the big show, and he's around all other times except the 4 hours he's on the air here.
Well, anyway,
but otherwise he's dead.
I think Brian has nailed it today. I have not. I've not corrected him or yelled at him and more of this, less of that. I think it's been perfect today. And look, I think the money shows. So thank you. I think everybody's stepping up, man. Like, ooh, I appreciate this. So, well, maybe we'll get some feedback that this indeed was a good show. People that don't know what they're listening to, and some people that listen to the show, Lummy, just to hate it, a lot of times will denote as to whether a show's good or not. Now, these people have no radio experience. They've never been behind a microphone in their entire life, but somehow they feel as if they're experts. That's fine. Whatever. I hope you guys feel that today's show was to your liking. Before I get to the latest scandal on Donald Trump, Lummy, this will be released later today. I'm doing the food reviews, of course.
All right.
Which requires me to jump in my Crown Vic with my. With the merch crick as my camera lady, and then Bella, the modern white trash trained pit bull, and I did the Big Mac chickens, review.
Yes.
Just to give you a couple little high spots.
Now there's this infamous, of course, the McDonald's where the big promotion is the Big Mac chicken, or Big Mac chicken Big Mac, Big Mac chicken.
Man, my eyes are unusually more crossed than normal.
You're in deep thought there, whether it's chicken Big Mac or Big Mac chicken.
I decided just to call it the Big Mac chickens, and they end up laughing at me because that's not the way you're supposed to say it. So not saying it incorrectly.
That's a part of your genius, though.
Exactly, and then getting a pop from it. Me butchering the English language comes natural. Because of my lack of education.
Well, what gallows are, and you know that a ship doesn't have gallows in their belly, but you bring it.
That actually was an honest mistake. But like I say, corn's on the cob. I know it's corn on the cob. I say Illinois. I know that it's Illinois. You know, so let me, a lot of times I will Bubba up something, and me calling the new chicken Big Mac the Big Mac chickens, it's just a Bubba thing.
Yeah.
And when I said it to the woman on the speaker, she popped on it. So then at that point, you got to go with the Big Mac chickens.
Why not?
Retiring from terrestrial radio.
Oh, hold
I
on.
really use. I mean, we're killing it. We're
hold on here.
individually uploading. Facebook.
See, I'm actually at this point, Seth, trying to give some love to the hardworking, people here that do things besides just, be on the air or, be a video editor, or like I'm trying to throw a little employee bone here.
Instagram, TikTok, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. Right across the board, all 4 platforms individually uploaded. That's what Gary Cantrell and Rhett does for me. And we're fucking humming. We got.
Hello, Tim Walls.
Yeah.
I think I just saw one of our reels had like 346,000 views. I mean, we're killing it. We're absolutely killing it.
Feeling good. I mean,
are you? I think you might be partially medicated. Because
no, I'm not. Not
you
one bit.
look way too relaxed and chill.
I'm completely straight here.
Did
completely?
Did Merch give you some his before this?
No, no, I'm completely straight here.
Man,
not nothing.
You have a totally different vibe about you.
I mean, to the point where I'm really considering thinking about retiring from terrestrial radio. I really am.
How about that? Oh, Seth, did you see that?
What a transition.
Martin Scorsese type. I mean, even Rhett's probably saying, oh, my God, what a transition.
Yeah, he's rock hard back there.
About retiring from terrestrial radio. I really am.
Oh, I mean, come on.
To the dog, too.
What a good dog.
Big Mac chickens.
All right, so no pickles. Real.
Dr. Dan, Brian Matroni, Stephen Diaco.
Oh, these are everybody. These are everybody that I've gotten texts from that I have to return.
Lasker, Big Red, the Aquabeto guy, One-Eyed Billy, Dr. Dan, Brian Matroni, Stephen Diaco. Everybody's going crazy. Very, very, very busy day today. Oh, I want the Big Mac chickens.
And then she completely pops on the deal, and then I'm not going any further. Well, I'm going to go to one other. I think this comes up at 4 or 5. This will be released today on our YouTube channel, 4 or 5 p.m. ish. After Rhett puts his little magic on it, and then Cantrell will do some stuff with it. I mean, next thing you know, it's going to be organic.
It is,
or viral, or whatever.
Want the Big Mac chickens? Kind of looks like there's a hot chick in front of me. I'll take the Big Mac chickens. I know it's chicken Big Mac, but I like to call it Big Mac chickens with no pickles.
And so she pops on the deal. Listen. And I bring my own drink, so all I order is the sandwich, because that's where they kill you on the fries and the drink. You know what I'm saying?
It sure do.
Well, you get killed because you don't use the app. What are you doing?
I know.
Using your McDonald's?
Yeah, but if you use the app, then you can't have this interaction.
No, you can. You just give them your number at the drive-in.
But that's no fun. Hi, I'm number 455.
But you don't put your order in. You can still order at the window. You just give them your number, and it applies your coupons and you get points.
Let me do it my way.
Man, this is why I stayed for free at the Marriott.
Will you be using your McDonald's?
No, ma'am.
Alrighty, what would you like?
Yes, ma'am. May I get the Big Mac chickens with no pickles?
Okay.
And that's it. Just the Big Mac chickens, no pickles.
I mean, she starts laughing.
That's
at
a big
me.
pop.
Hold on. Okay, so the chicken Big Mac, you want the deal?
Hold on now. I mean, this is a pretty big pop.
Was that added in, Bubba?
No, I swear.
That's her real pop?
Seth, I swear on my mom.
Okay.
I can't swear on my son anymore because he hates me. I swear on my mom.
All right.
Yeah, just the Big Mac chickens, no pickles.
Hold on. Okay, so the chicken Big Mac, you want the deal?
No, I just want the Big Mac chicken sandwich.
Okay, with no pickle and then what else?
That's it, baby.
That's all? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
She had a baby too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think they were laughing at how I called it the Big Mac chickens. Well, look, we're right up in here, Big Mac chickens.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, how you doing?
How you doing today?
All right.
See, this is always the uncomfortable part where I have to tell them that I'm doing a food review, tell them to scan the QR code that takes you right to the page. This is the uncomfortable part where you kind of got to brag a little bit. You got to give them some hard numbers because everybody's got a YouTube page, but not everybody's got. I mean, we got nearly, thanks to Rhett and his hard work and Cantrell, we're approaching 120,000 subscribers. That's pretty impressive.
So, serious question, Bubba, not being a jerk here, but have you thought about maybe sliding them a $5 bill with it and thanking them for working? And
it's a great idea.
I think they'll be much more receptive to you and
so I'd be
what's going on.
I think, you know what, Brian? I think you're right. I think, you know what? Hey, listen, I'm taping for my food review. You can scan this QR code, and here's a little tip for you for
your hard work. I appreciate you.
Yeah, good thing. You know what? Great suggestion. I'm going to use it.
All right.
Can I say this $5 tip sponsored by?
I'll give you 20.
No,
I'll cover the next 4.
I don't want it. I want to just give you added value for free. Just say, hey, the tip courtesy of Hunter Law.
I mean that's fine, but I'll give you the 20.
Oh, here you go. I do a food review. I'm reviewing the Big Mac chickens.
Oh, okay, for real?
Yeah, for real. If you scan that QR code, it takes you to all my pages and stuff.
Okay.
All right?
All righty.
Thank you.
You turn into Kamala there, Bubba.
Yeah,
he does his Dion with her.
What's up, baby? Sometimes you got when talking to a black guy, you got to black it up a little bit.
That's like you're Obama at a rally.
Here we go. Listen.
I do a food review, and I got a YouTube channel that's got 118,000 subscribers, and I'm doing the Big Mac chicken review.
Okay.
So if you scan that QR code, it takes you right to my page.
Okay, will do.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And then if I threw him a 5, and here's.
Well, I don't think each of them. I think. If you
every window
really
gets a 5.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, Bubba Warbucks over here.
I mean, okay, you're right. I mean, whatever.
You don't have that Clear Channel buyout money.
You're right.
I'll go be your server.
So that's like, where are you doing the food review? I'm getting hired there that day.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna work 20 minutes and quit.
So let me just show you one little part here, and then we're done.
There's a sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
Wow, she has zoomed in on you. Oh my!
Big Mac chickens. Oh, I thought there was somebody rolling up on me.
Yeah, I'm like, who's rolling up on me? Look, hold on.
Oh, it's Seth. It's fuck.
Oh.
What's up?
I'm getting ready to review my Big Mac chickens.
I'm reviewing a smoothie.
That's a Big Mac chickens right there.
How does it look?
Well, I haven't even taken my first bite. I've been interrupted.
Why are you parked by a dumpster?
I don't know.
Not very appetizing.
Why are you following me?
I was in the area. I was working late.
God, I can't get away from you.
See ya.
Are you going to charge me for this?
No.
People really popped on that, by the way. So anyway,
I had nothing left.
That's all. That's all there is. Go today on our YouTube channel, and it'll be available in its entirety. I think it's about 13 minutes long.
Do you think that would add a new wrinkle if I showed up to every one of your food reviews, Bubba, and interrupted you?
No, you'll start charging me for it.
No.
I'm already 5 deep into the tip.
No. We'll work something out.
Or if you do a food review with me. You go with me.
Merch Crick is in the trunk.
she could be in the back
with Bella
with the dog,
and Bubba will feed her a fry from his mouth.
Well, that's I do have a.
Nobody has a trained dog or Merch Crick like I do.
I do say that several times during this food review, including only the finest Indiana white trash trained pit bull known to man can take a 1/7,000th of a piece of bread and not bite your face off and just calmly take it from your lips.
Merch Crick, we've been working hard. I'm going to give you 3 fries today.
You know what? I forgot to buy her fries, and I did hear about it.
Oh no!
Well, of course she eats. That's it. That's her meal for the 2 days until you do.
You're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
She didn't say, Papa, you forgot my fries?
We went back afterwards and got her some fries.
Oh, how mad were you?
I wasn't mad at all.
Did you tell her to go inside, or you went through the drive-thru?
Good, thanks, Dash.
What's that, Bubba?
Good, thanks, Vash.
She went inside.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Hollow 30, dude. I'm telling you, he's on the precipice of very big.
You don't have to tell me. I know. I am.
Who's he play for?
Orlando Magic, who are going to be a good team this year, but I don't think. I mean, if fucking Jason
By default,
Tatum,
because the East sucks.
Jason Tatum.
Who's their coach?
Who, the Magic?
Whatever happened to
Chuck
the guy?
Daly, I think.
Whatever happened to the guy from Butler that went to coach the Celtics?
Brad Stevens.
He was in the league for a long time.
He's their. I think he's their president.
Yeah,
I think he's in the front
He's
office.
their president or GM. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually did pretty good. One of the few that went.
He did do well.
College to the pro.
And then did well, and then went to.
What about Billy Donovan? Where's he at?
He's in Chicago. He's got the most odds to be the first coach fired this year.
Oh, okay.
But Chicago, the Bulls are run like the White Sox. I mean, they're just there to make money. So.
Oh, by the same guy.
Yeah.
Here's what I don't get: are there only like 40 guys capable of coaching an NBA team? Because it's like they all rehash and retread.
The NBA is the worst at
I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's easy to plug it. It seems like it's easy.
But back in the day, baseball used to be like that. How many teams did Sparky Anderson fucking coach?
Do you think there's a sport though where a coach matters any less than basketball?
Maybe baseball, because once you get the analytics and everything like that.
Yeah, I think at this point,
baseball's changed. Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
They say managers are good for a handful of wins.
Do you think in baseball, let's talk baseball, and especially the way the way the Rays do it analytically wise, which is now also how all the Rays, who was original? Was it Silverman? Who was the original guy here? Friedman. Friedman. So Friedman left and went to the Dodgers, but he had. All of his, one of his guys went to Atlanta.
No, the first guy went to Chicago.
Okay, the Cubs.
Yeah.
Right, but
Silverman and then Friedman went to the Dodgers?
No, Theo Epstein went to the Cubs.
Epstein was the one, yeah. Epstein.
So they all are kind of Epstein proteges, but do you think that and they all have this system, whatever it is, do you think that during the game, the coach is getting a call from the analytics guy to make, do you think that happens or does he just know the analytics?
To my knowledge, analytics are handled before the game, and you're given all the information. I don't know of.
If a guy gets in a situation like, let's say,
I know with hockey, I know that they met with analytics guys, but they would never call during the game or anything.
Well, you never see. I don't think they have that. I don't think there's a phone on the bench.
Epstein went from the Red Sox to the Cubs. I was way off.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is does the analytics guy have a particular scenario that's happening now where you're in the middle of the sixth and analytics say that this guy.
Yeah, they do.
Hold on, your pitcher's seen the hitter's seen this guy 2 times now, and analytically it says that a lefty's coming up.
Right. Well, what I would love to see, and I'm shocked that somebody hasn't done this yet. Is
I gotta go pee real quick.
You've got the analytics, right? I'm surprised that they haven't done wins above replacement or wins above the analytics for a coach. Like when they make a call that goes against what the analytics
But are
say,
they allowed to?
How does that play? Well, some coaches are, and some coaches still do. But when they go against the analytics, how that turns out and how that contributes over a
much like the biggest one that you can think of is the pulling of Snell during the World Series.
Yeah, the
analytics said pull him,
and the reality was they probably should have.
Reality is they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But so it'd be like obviously Cash didn't have that stroke, or maybe Cash is an analytics guy and he just
Cash has a stroke. He's an analytic guy, but he has gone against the analytics.
Yeah, that is one scenario where he should have.
Now, is the analytics that the GM? Or does the GM?
Your front office drives a lot of it, and so how much of a leash they give the coach.
But does that under the GM's umbrella, and then he's got
it's the entire front office.
Right, but I'm saying it's so the GM probably has a guy that is constantly running.
Every team has a coach who is in charge of analytics.
But I'm saying it's do they have a guy in a booth that's just constantly running analytics on who's coming up?
I think he's in the dugout. I don't think there's anybody up in a booth.
I don't think you could have that technology in the dugout.
They got the tablet, man. They've got the tablet. It's all instant, man. It's what technology? It's a computer. Yeah. Amazon. I get it. I get the call on the broadcast of what the Amazon analytics say before they even run the play. So of course they have that available to them. And baseball
now, does the catcher,
is such a fucking slow sport.
I know, but is the catcher going to the pad and finding out?
They've got comms now.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Part of the Indiana Bubba Army Hoosier Mafia, Lummy, is of course sumo.
Of course.
Sent me a little meme saying that Indiana IU football is 7-0 for the first time, I think, since 1967.
And they destroyed Nebraska the other day.
With I think a backup. Didn't their quarterback get hurt?
I don't know. I didn't follow the game that closely. It was the first game on of the day, so I was like watching it kind of casually.
But now I do think they've had somewhat of a cupcake schedule. Nebraska's not. I mean, they got a front four. They gave Deion fits, but now I think they have Michigan and
They're
Ohio.
They're going to beat Michigan. Michigan ain't good.
No, Michigan is not good.
The Ohio State game is their entire...
Big Gulp are two trucking lesbians. They're huge shovel-faced supporters. 50 on the PayPal.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
Have you thought about
doing they end the season with Purdue. Indiana has a real chance of making the Big Ten championship game.
Oh, my God.
Sure Primetime Toys, 25.
That would be huge. That would be absolutely huge if IU... make.
I mean, they have to beat Ohio State, which is a problem for them. But
no, they don't. I think they can lose to Ohio State. That'd be their only loss in the conference, and that puts them against Ohio State.
No, Oregon's going to win out.
That's right. Oregon's in the Big
likely.
Ten, aren't they?
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, Oregon most likely is going to win out. So they're going to be one because they don't play Ohio State.
Okay.
No, Oregon played and beat Ohio State. Never mind. So Ohio State already has a loss.
All right, Oregon is going to be the only team that's probably undefeated.
And Ohio State still has to play Michigan and Penn State.
And so what does IU's remaining schedule look like?
They've got Michigan, Ohio State, and Purdue.
Which they win 2 of those 3. And that gives them a 1 loss. What's the tiebreaker? So at that point, you got Oregon with no losses, undefeated in the division, and you got 3 teams or 4 teams with 1 loss. What's the tiebreaker with 1 loss? You're going to have Ohio State with a loss, and you're going to have Indiana with a loss, and then you're going to probably have was there one other team that's got 1 loss
for the Big Ten?
Yeah.
I believe so.
There's no. So Illinois Indiana's undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who else has
in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Indiana's undefeated. Oregon's undefeated, and Penn State is currently undefeated. Penn State still has to play Ohio State. So that's going to be a huge game.
So let me just say,
there.
what's the tiebreaker of?
Typically, when there's 3 teams tied, they'll create like a mini conference out of those 3 teams, and the head-to-head is looked at. If one team beat the other 2 teams, then they'll win that tiebreaker.
So if Indiana's only loss is to Ohio State,
well, if it's and it's just between those 2,
then Ohio State
with the 1 loss, then Ohio State would probably. I'm guessing that's the Big Ten tiebreaker rules. That's the one that makes the most sense.
How tough? By the way, where does Indiana play? Do they play the Big Horseshoe? Or
they got to go to Ohio State.
All right. So how good is Ohio State?
They're pretty good. I mean,
does Indiana got a chance?
They lost to Oregon, who's a very good team. They lost to them by 1 point, and everybody else. I mean, Iowa 35-7, Michigan State 38-7, Marshall 49-14. I mean, they were out. They're just beating teams like drums, and so they've got Nebraska. Ohio State has Nebraska. Then they have to go to Penn State. That'll be a big game, but I think Ohio State.
A lot of people are overlooking Penn State.
Yeah, because they haven't looked great.
Penn State always does this.
Yeah.
Then they always last year.
They end up losing 2 games down the stretch.
How about Deion? Deion's looking. He'll win that 6 game. Were they 5-2?
They're 5-2.
5-2. 6 games makes you bowl eligible.
Oh, they've got that in the bag.
They got that in the bag. They probably do. They beat Cincinnati this weekend.
They'll destroy Cincinnati.
I'm going to say destroy.
They'll destroy Cincinnati.
And I don't think that they'll win the Big 12. They might be. They only got 1 loss in the Big 12. I think.
Yeah, no, they have 2.
They have 2?
Yeah,
Okay,
Nebraska,
so they probably
Kansas
won't make the Big 12 championship in Dallas. But they'll they won't make the college football playoffs, but they'll probably get. And here's the thing, Brian, not necessarily the bowls.
If they win out, which is not going to happen for them, but if they were to win out,
let's say they lose 1 more game.
No, if they win out, they would probably make it to the Big 12 championship game.
Okay, but let's say they do well. You know that bowls aren't necessarily about. It's about who. Colorado is the hottest team in America still. They pull the highest ratings. Are on the team. Would a sexy bowl give them a shot just based on how well they travel and how well they sell tickets?
The problem is there's no sexy bowls anymore because
how about the Outback Bowl? Is that a sexy bowl anymore?
It's still tied with the Big Ten and SEC.
Yeah, they don't have the tie-in, but they don't. The major The consolation bowls, when you didn't make the college football playoff in the past, are now a part of the college football playoff system. So
now you got 6 bowls.
Yeah.
That are you've taken 6. You used to have 2 bowls, 3 bowls. You used to have 3 bowls.
No, there's 4. You had the orange, the rose, the sugar, and the fiesta
that determined the national championship,
and they rotated that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
back when it was just the top 2 teams playing.
Now you add 2 more bowls to the playoff system.
Well, then they entered the semifinals, and so then 3 of the bowls of those 4 bowls were in rotation every year
for semifinals.
And now,
now you add 2 more bowls to get to the dance.
Well, now it stays that way because the first round of games of the 12 games. So yeah, now you add 4. It's the first 2 rounds that are on the school sites, right, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so those won't be official bowl games. Those are just playoff games.
So the 4 bowls stay intact.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those bowls. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's a sexy bowl that's not part of the college football deal?
That the Big 12 could go to. Or are you just saying if it's outside of the Big 12?
The Orange Bowl, the Cotton Bowl.
Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl.
I don't know who else is not a part of the Rose Bowl this year. I don't know.
I think the Rose Bowl is, but I would say the Cotton Bowl. For the Big 12.
Yeah, the Cotton Bowl is a pretty big one for the Big 12 historically.
So here is, what are we? How many days away from the election are we officially? Hey, Alexa, how many days away
13.
are we from the
12.
U.S. presidential election?
12, 13.
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
12, 13?
Yeah, right in there.
So this is when it's all going to start coming out. And I'm not even necessarily telling you that what you hear or what you see or what comes out is even truthful. Or if it's just, you can say anything about anybody nowadays. And a certain portion of people are going to believe it. Certain portion of the media is going to report it. And, whether it changes. In my opinion, man, I think people are locked into their pony. They're locked into their pony. We're going to get into that on the 270 to win here momentarily. But here's the latest. Late winter of 1993, I was on a walk with Jeffrey Epstein. So they throw in the Epstein deal to kind of double dirty it, right?
Yes.
From his brownstone on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue, when Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump. Strange, Epstein only moved into the Wexler mansion on 9th and 71st in 1996.
So they're cutting holes in our story.
So they're already... The woman said this happened in winter of 93, and I think they've already established truthfully that he didn't move into this particular place until 3 years later. So is this the video of her, Lummy, like claiming to?
I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, and my senior year of high school.
I do like that. I do like that pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say both of those there are right up your alley.
School.
She's your
I
type,
was
or
discovered at the mall, because where else were we all hanging out in the late 80s, by a former model. And that led me to New York and Europe and a long, lucrative career as a model. And in 1992, my agent invited me to a dinner to a restaurant on the Upper East Side of New York. And there were other models there and the usual men hangers on at this dinner. And one of the men who was sitting at this table was Jeffrey Epstein. And I had never heard of him or anything, but we got to know each other, and we talked a lot about Clinton and Gore. And I enjoyed the fact that he was politically engaged and wasn't infantilizing me and talking to me about that. The next time that I saw Jeffrey was a few months later in December of 92 at Donald Trump's Plaza Hotel Christmas party. And it became very clear then that he and Donald were really, really good friends and spent a lot of time together. After that, Jeffrey Epstein expressed a lot of
Has anybody reported this? I'm just asking, like, was Trump a known Epstein friend?
Oh, yeah, he was known as a friend until, I think, Epstein.
But also, hasn't Donald Trump said, so it would make him probably fairly confident that he's not on the Epstein list? Has he not said that if he won the presidency, he was going to release the Epstein?
He balked heavily at that, actually.
Well, he banned him from Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, but he balked heavily on releasing the Epstein list.
Right.
And he was asked point blank, and he did not give a definitive yes. He said, I might, but there's a lot that can happen, with fake stuff and people's names being, and so he was he was evasive about that.
Interest in me, and we started seeing each other. When Jeffrey Epstein expressed a lot of interest in me, and
I want to make sure it was Epstein she was seeing and not Trump. We
started seeing each other. When Jeffrey and I would talk, he mentioned Trump frequently. He was clearly a close friend, and they were spending a lot of time together. Late winter, early spring.
I just find it odd that this comes out 12 days.
I mean, and where was this the last 8 years?
Right. Where has this been since, right?
Yeah, I'm highly skeptical at this point.
Why didn't you bring this out on 16 and 20?
Yeah, like, why are we sitting on this until this election?
Right.
And conveniently tying him to Epstein.
Right.
I was on a walk with Jeffrey.
And I'd like to know, is there any hard evidence? Like, is it just anybody? I mean, can Seth tomorrow say that he was walking down the streets of St. Pete one day and, J.D. Vance came up and grabbed his wiener?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm Seth Kushner. I got my wiener grabbed by J.D. Vance.
Yeah, you're getting into Seth's J.D. Vance fan fiction that he's writing,
right?
From his brownstone on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue, when Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump.
By the way, the first hole in her story is the fact that Epstein purchased that in '96, and she claims this happened in '93. So I mean. And,
was he maybe rent to owning back then?
Maybe he was. Maybe he was rent to own. Yeah, maybe he was.
He was staying at a place Mark Tate owned.
And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator. And moments later, Trump was greeting us. And he...
Hey, Jeff, just want to let you know what kind of girl... Oh, wow. Okay, come on in, Jeff.
Pulled me into him and started groping me. He put his...
Come on. I mean, right at the introduction stages, a guy is just,
I think accusing Trump or Epstein of anything sexual is just like, how could you even go there?
Right.
Pulled me into him.
I want to see who that she says Donald Trump.
Well, you have a listener who said he went to high school with this chick, Pippi Short Stroker. Said literally that he went to high school with her.
Okay, hold on.
I'd like him to call in and describe her. I know. I'm just trying to get content, bud.
Pippi, if you went to high school with this chick, call in 813-90-BUBBA.
And so we went to Trump Tower and went up the elevator. And moments later, Trump was greeting us and he pulled me into him and started groping me. He
he didn't even. I mean, he had stronger game than P. Diddy. At least P. Diddy tried to drug you up a little bit. I guess Trump just went right from the get-go, right from the handshake to the vagina. That was a hell of a technique.
Put his hands all over my breasts, my waist, my butt, and I froze. And I froze because I was so deeply confused about what was happening because the hands were moving all over me.
Like an octopus.
Yet these two men were like smiling at one another and continuing on in their conversation. Jeffrey and I left, and I got into the elevator with him.
All right, now, so hold on.
That's all he did?
Hold on now. I'm not trying to downplay that that's a problem.
Well,
okay. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to say that that's appropriate in any way, shape, or form.
And I mean, even the most ardent Trump supporter, does he not come across as a little bit of like a creepy, handsy guy? Like he could be that.
Does. Not my 45, baby.
Yeah, but he just groups her and then says
47,
goodbye.
Trump, 47.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I don't doubt that there was probably more physical contact than like the lady in Ross could say the same thing about Lieutenant Dan now.
You're right.
He rubbed her shoulder very unnecessarily. Like
and that's by the way, that's documented, and we even found it to be a little creepy when we rewatched it. But like something that happened in '93, and it was an introduction. And he brought you into him, and he's all over you. He's grabbing your ass. He's grabbing your boobs. At that point, you leave. Now, that's not right in any way, shape, or form. That's not cool. But, man, I think Lummy's reaction, is like the normal reaction, I guess we would say. And that's it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not right. You don't deserve that. But in the day and age of the P. Diddy stuff and the Epstein Island stuff and the Bill Cosby stuff and the R. Kelly stuff and the Harvey Weinstein stuff and all this kind of stuff, you being introduced to Donald Trump, him grabbing your boobs and your butt, and then you leaving. Again, back to Lummy. Is that it? Is that it? And listen, he was a very public figure and ran and won the presidency in 2016. He re-ran and was very much a public figure and was the sitting president and got beat in 2020.
I didn't get beat. It was stolen.
I didn't get beat. I got it stolen from me.
But I did lose, but I didn't lose. It was stolen.
Anyway, I didn't have my ass propped up in the White House for the last 4 years. Sleepy Joe has. First thing I do is I'm changing the sheets because he poops his pants if I get up in there. So anyway, I'm just saying, you've had a lot of opportunity to come up with this story.
How do you know if a woman is telling the truth about being groped or raped since everyone that's come forward against Trump has been lying?
Yeah, and listen, I am not sticking up for P. Diddy. I am not. And I'm not sticking up for Deshaun Watson. I'm not. And I'm not sticking up for the 75 that went against Bill Cosby. I am not. But there is, just statistically, a certain amount of people that probably didn't get raped, touched, accosted. And when there's a certain amount of women out there that be like, oh my God, I have a way to prove that I met Bill Cosby back in 1986 at some type of comedy club. I got a picture with him. There's a certain amount of that in every one of these. P. Diddy, there's a couple, 200-300 people that may come forward. Just statistically, there's got to be one or two that are lying, looking for a payday. And I just like Seth said, how do you establish the believability factor? I think you need some, like Cassie, obviously she's got a ton of evidence on what happened to her. And I'm sure there's others that have evidence, very hard evidence, that in instances maybe with the Weinstein, with the Cosbys, with the R. Kellys, with those people. But there's also a certain amount of women that just come. I think the later that you come out with it, in conjunction with it being 12 days, 13 days before the election, takes the believability. That's why I don't think this has got a lot of traction. And there's a couple holes in the story in itself.
Felt this like he didn't look at me, he didn't speak to me, and I felt this like seething rage around him. His whole energy shifted. And when we got down to the sidewalk, he looked at me and
talking about Epstein. She's talking about Epstein.
Started just berating me. He kept saying, "Why did you let him do that? Why did you let him put his hands all over you? What?" And he made me feel so.
See, this is where it even becomes more not believable. I mean, right? Like, why would you yell at her? Why wouldn't you step in and say, "Donald, quit, stop"? It's not the woman's response. I mean, maybe, but I mean, if that's really your girl. And who am I to say? I offered my girl right on up.
It's tough to get inside the mind of a guy who had an island where people could have sex with kids.
Yeah. Right.
You know?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know.
I don't think you know what, Seth? Point well taken. In the fact that I don't think that any of us can really peel that.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash.
I don't think that any of us can put ourselves in that situation to have the mindset as to what he may have had, a guy that had those accolades.
Yeah.
Very well. Great point.
Thank you.
Disgusting. And I remember at that moment being so utterly confused. Number one,
I think the longer that she goes on and on about this, the more, I mean, if it's a quick little fleeting 3-minute, 2-minute story. This is a 5-minute and 25-second story. Now we're getting into how she got berated by Epstein once they got down to the sidewalk, and now she's going to break it on down there further.
Why did I let him do that? And then I was confused because...
Hold on. Key word. Brian, I mean, legally...
Let him do that.
Hold on. Thank you. Thank you. You picked right up on it. Legally, not that it's right... But when you say I let somebody do it.
Well, you let is different. Granting somebody permission is different than not speaking up and saying, "Stop doing that to me." You know, I mean, he let, if a girl doesn't say, if she resists, I mean, there's just, she's saying she didn't resist. She didn't fight back. She didn't push back. She just stood there and took it.
Okay.
But why is Jeffrey mad? Because he's the one that took me up there. And I was also confused because I was someone who really prided myself as being sort of one of the tough models who was problematic because I fought back against the predators in the industry. I defended fellow models on the streets of Paris when we would be grabbed or harassed. So how did I let that happen? I felt so humiliated and so sick to my stomach and was so upset.
Wow, she dated Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
And as I absorbed what happened a few minutes later, I felt like that was some sort of sick bet or game between the two of them. I was rolled in there like a piece of meat for some kind of challenge or twisted game. And I felt horrendous.
Hey, Jeff, you owe me 100 because I was able to grab her. You said she was ungrabbable, but as soon as you get up in the Donald's penthouse, it just gets to grabbing.
I mean, guys aren't above that.
No, they're not. But
I mean, just think back to your days, when you were rolling hard in the late '80s, early '90s, mid '90s, late '90s.
It's never a competition. I would just tell T-Quest, "Hey, you want some oral from this chick or not?" "Yeah, dog. Okay, no problem."
And
hey, Jessica Basketballs. I actually had a girl named Jessica Basketballs because her boobs look like basketballs. I'm like, why don't you go over and hook up T-Quest for me? All right, Bubba.
Not long after that, a postcard of Mar-a-Lago was couriered to my agent.
Now, hold on. Do you have that?
Yeah, she does.
And there was a personal message on the back.
Oh, maybe
Man, these dudes are horny.
Well, this is a bit of a game changer.
Hold on. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say.
I mean,
we've not seen it yet.
It
but
now
I mean,
adds
it sparks
finally a level of credibility.
It sparks my interest.
Yes.
I mean, I was 100% BS meter pegged at 100. 8 seconds ago. Now I'm flirting at 75. I need to see what
Let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
From Donald Trump.
Okay.
I still have that postcard, and
show it.
It makes me sick to look at it, and it takes me back to that feeling.
Man, if you're gonna make this allegation and you don't have that postcard ready to show the camera.
Well, no, but this is how you get more traction out of it, Bubba, right? You can't. What?
She showed it.
She showed it on this?
I don't know on this, but she showed it all everywhere.
Show it to me.
Out there.
Get it to me.
Confusion and being frozen.
What does it say?
And humiliated.
Hold on.
And that is why I am here tonight. I figured it was time to share this, and I'm ready to win this election. The thought of that monster being back in the White House is my absolute worst nightmare. So thank you very much for including me in this remarkable group of women. Seriously.
Yeah, thanks.
While we're all saying this, I just want to say Kamala mounted me in 2001.
She did?
Just right out of Hillsborough Community College.
Where was Doug?
Doug, he was impregnating his nanny.
That's what all California husbands do.
I got to go to words. Lummy, can you find me?
Yeah, I'll get you
the postcard gimmick.
Yeah.
All right.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I don't think this has any real traction or gets any real traction is because, like I said, the people who think Donald Trump's a creep already think he's a creep. The people who don't think he's a creep don't think he's a creep. And the people who don't care if he's a creep don't care if he's a creep. Like the cake is baked.
Like I said earlier, everybody's already got their pony in the race.
Yeah, the cake is baked. It's not going to change anything, you know? It's not going to change
The only thing that's going to change is the frosting, but the cake is baked.
Yeah, the cake is baked, man. Yeah, but Cottonwood, somebody can authenticate if it's a 1993 postcard from Trump. I mean, people can authenticate if it's a Mickey Mantle signature from 1955. I think they can figure out.
It's going to go to Beckett and get it's
PSA graded. The postcard only got a 7 though, so it's fucking worthless. I gotta say that modeling scheme thing back in the 80s. And late and early 90s, what a fucking dirty game that these girls were being hand-delivered to Jeffrey Epstein.
Is it Lummy?
Let's talk about that. Who was the bitch?
I sent it to you in a picture form.
Who was the runner that discovered her and brought her and handed her over to a predator?
No, she said that she was.
Yeah.
She stood up for all the models.
But no, who's the runner who found her at the mall, brought her to D.C. and fucking brought her to these fucking, to a known...
Stacy, you're home away from home. Love, Donald. Like, what the fuck? Like, what does that say?
It says these motherfuckers stay horny, man.
No, but Brian, what the fuck?
I don't know, man. It proves that she met him.
Right.
So he can't. What it does is he can't say I never met the woman.
Right.
Because
it also proves he knows how to write cursive.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein. So,
Yeah.
And Jeffrey Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago in the 90s. Did she go?
I mean, where's the postmark on it? Let's see the front part of it. Where's the postmark?
Now you're asking the right questions.
Yeah, where's the postmark? And with today's AI, the postcard needs to physically be analyzed.
Oh, I sent you the front part of it. Probably that bottom one.
Yeah, I mean that's my whole thing with this is real, fake, whatever it may be. It's not going to matter.
There's a great box, Bubba.
Jesus Christ!
I can't help a messenger. The gray box below. Yeah, right there.
Okay. Well, there is no postmark. There is no postmark. And obviously, hold on. Obviously, Brian, if you look here, it's been scanned. So this has been scanned. See where they messed up on the scan. But there is no postmark.
Well, did it come in an envelope?
V76, $20.
Woo-woo! Because there's no address either, Bubba.
Right.
But that definitely looks like Donald's handwriting, but who knows? And quite frankly, does it really matter?
If they really think that this is a gotcha moment,
I don't know.
That a guy was going to vote for Trump is going to say, well, fuck that.
Nope, grab him by the pussy, Brian.
V76, $20. Brian's already switching his vote then.
Well, keep on
No, I
keeping
already
on.
voted for Trump.
Did you?
I had my early vote. It's in my mail-in ballot.
Even though you were not supposed to.
We know that Trump's getting Florida. It doesn't matter.
He's winning Florida by 7 points. It's not.
It used to matter. We used to matter.
Yeah, we used to matter. We used to be somebody.
We used to be purple. I mean, now we don't matter. It used to be up to Pinellas. Now Pennsylvania jacked it from us. Yep. All eyes on Florida. Hanging chads, recounts. Al Gore.
Yeah, once they fix the election procedures, it seemed like that election doesn't matter.
Yeah, once they got electronic, man, Florida got left behind. Get the hand ballots back so we can fudge the numbers and get back in the mix.
Well, we still have paper ballots. It's just
we still got paper ballots, okay, people? Things haven't changed.
Mail in. They're just stopped with the stupid punches and like the butterfly fucking.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know I got it, Lummy.
Yeah.
But I'm just so inundated with getting as much of this stuff covered before we leave today with Brian and Babyface. I'm sorry, Babyface and Seth will be recording the Blizzard, which is really taken off podcast-wise. Woo! Lummy, we got Ross Fowler. He's up on the PayPal. Thank you, Ross. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Probably one of our best days financially. By the way, all at the Bubba Army. It's the strong Babyface factor.
I sent you the news story on Abercrombie Boy.
All right, cool. Let me.
And Seth and I will be doing a break after we tape the Blizzard, so that's exciting too for those card people.
For all you card nerds out there.
Yep. We go. It's football season, man. It's great. We got the product, and they're going to be excited.
So this woman who said she was groped by Donald Trump, Stacy, said that she got a handwritten card from Mar-a-Lago after the event. So we're like, let's see the card. Well, here's the card. First of all, here's the front and the back part of the card. And just like we had mentioned earlier, I'm not trying to make this a political situation. It's just like I think everybody at this point has their dog or their dog in the fight or their horse in the race. And this is, in my opinion, this is a nothing burger that changes nothing. Now, Seth's story, that Kamala took him at force.
Yeah, under the stairs, she gave me a friction dance. She made me give her gentle kisses on her neck, and she told me to never tell anybody and that she would be running for president one day.
And that Doug was impregnating the nanny.
Yeah, and I didn't. I kept that to myself for 23 years, Bubba.
And who were you dating at the time, Seth? That introduced you to Kamala?
I was dating a lesbian who worked at Burger King.
Good, thanks, Fash.
I don't want to talk about that, though.
So, Donald, we don't know. Like, first of all, there's no postmark on this, but he could have sent it in an envelope. And
well, he definitely, if she got it from him, if it's real, he definitely sent it in an envelope because there's no address on it either.
Right. So there's a lot of things that are a little kabuki about this, but I don't think, I mean, it only validates one thing, that he met her. Stacy, you're home away from home. Love, Donald. Okay. You met him. He's saying,
imagine if there was Facebook back then, man. He would have been all up in the DMs.
Oh, he would have. And he's saying, hey, if you ever want to come down to Mar-a-Lago, come on down. Does that mean he raped her? Does that mean he groped her boobs and her ass? What does that mean? Had Jeffrey Epstein hand-delivered her to her? Her timeline doesn't. It's 3 years off. She said it happened in 93. Epstein didn't move to the apartment that she said they met till 96. It is what it is. Believe what you want. It's not near as damning as the Billy Bush, Donald Trump, Stormy Daniels / grab her by the vagina.
Well, people forget, though, that was then followed by James Comey saying that they were reopening the Hillary thing. So that could have, that grab her by the pee thing could have turned the election. And then the Comey stuff came out like 2 or 3 days later, and that became the story. So that could have been bigger than it turned out to be.
Now, I've been told by people that know the story and some of my little research hounds that she has said that it was delivered by a courier. I think that even kind of kabukis it out even more. Like, unless you'd go back and get the courier delivery records.
I mean, I don't think they were keeping that detailed of records from 1995.
I know, which kind of unvalidates it a little bit. I think it takes a little bit of the sting away. Anyway, I need to move on.
We have a intro for Brian's election wall thing. It's 270 to vote.
We do?
Yeah, it's the blue. Okay, yeah, right there.
It's now Brian the Babyface Matroni's 2024 presidential electoral map forecast. As in all things Brian and all things in predictions, the Bubba Radio Network does not necessarily share these views and opinions.
There you go. How about that, Brian?
That's pretty funny.
Yes. Now,
they might support it because he's got Trump winning.
Well, here's the deal. I wanted to first do this story, and that is, what if Harris and Trump tie in an electoral deal, and there is an absolute minute chance.
It's less than 1/10 of 1% because it requires either the district in Nebraska or the one in Maine. It's impossible.
But it's not impossible.
I mean, it's not impossible.
There is a minute chance that they could both tie at 269. It would have to mean that and it involves Nebraska and Maine. And if you look at Nebraska and Maine, they both have these. It's unlike any other state where they have two sets of electoral.
They
numbers.
They go by congressional districts. And then winner of the state gets the extra electoral college vote. So that's the way it works in those states.
All right. So if that does happen, it looks like it goes to the Congress. The Congress then picks the president, and the Senate picks the vice president.
Which
Brian? Is that your knowledge on how it goes?
Yes. And the isn't it the Senate picks the president and Congress picks the VP? Oh, it's the other way around. So it says
the United States, we elect our presidents and vice president using blah, 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 blah. But the lurking overall figure is the potential for no candidate to win the majority. In the case of a 269 tie, while seemingly not in play for the 2024 election, it's possible that third parties could affect sufficient electoral votes to present blah, blah, blah. The Constitution calls for the Congress to carry out the selection of our national executives via a contingent election. In this scenario, the U.S. House of Representatives would choose the president, although based not on the vote of the whole chamber, but instead each state's preferences, meaning a candidate needs the majority support from the 26 state delegates to win out of 50 to win. And the 100-seat U.S. Senate would pick the vice president based on the vote of individual senators with 51 votes to win. So it looks like, the Congress picks by a margin of at least having 26 electoral votes, which is the majority out of the 50.
Which would be Trump, because the Republicans carry the smaller states, and so the number of states that Trump would win would be more in that scenario.
Right. So if it is a tie, it goes to the Congress, and it goes on then to say the vice president is picked by the Senate.
And then that would be J.D. Vance, because the Republicans are absolutely going to win the Senate back with this round.
So
there's no math that maps right now.
Are you saying right now that if Trump would win, he'll have a complete sweep? I mean, he'll have
the House will be in play. The problem for the Dems is with the numbers I'm seeing, I don't know that the down ticket effect of Kamala not performing as well as she needs to, how that's going to impact congressional races. So
but you're saying the
it's
Senate,
theoretical that they could have all three, the House, the Senate, and
but you're
the
saying the
presidency.
Senate's flip flop applesauce, and
the
it's
Senate is a guaranteed flip flop.
Right now,
there's no scenario at this point that I can see. I would say 99.9%.
But right now it's Democratic majority.
Right.
And you're going to say that's going to flip.
Well, it's 50-50 now with the tie-breaking vote from the VP, but that's going to flip.
The Senate.
So
So
that's 100% going to flip, because
like
the Dems,
like you're saying, lock that in.
because Joe Manchin is retiring, so West Virginia is going from a Dem senator to a red senator, guaranteed. And Montana, Teeter is going to lose to Sheehy or whoever it is that's running in Montana. They're going to lose that seat as well, and so that's enough to flip it.
How close is the House of Representatives, Congress?
Well, that's always close, and
now it's Republican majority, barely.
Right, and it'll be very close again. But I don't know. I don't see a scenario where the Dems don't perform well for the presidency where they could take the House.
Down ticket.
Yeah, the down ticket issue is a problem for them.
So, upon your latest research, which I'm assuming is probably as current as late last night or whenever you were scouring through your little honey holes of information, I have my 270 to win, which is my new favorite map. As you can see, I got North Carolina shaded in red, barely. I got Georgia, red. Do you agree with this map? What part of this map do I need to change for Brian Matrone?
Where I'm at right now is Trump's going to take North Carolina, Georgia.
Got it.
Arizona, Nevada.
Hold on. So you're saying he takes Nevada?
Yeah.
Okay. Nevada.
Do we want to go off the most recent polls as of today?
We're going by
Brian.
Well, I think Brian's...
This is my prediction, that's all.
This is Brian's polls.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were going on that.
Okay.
I know she has a slight lead on paper in Nevada. The problem I have for her is the trend since September 18th has been dramatically against her, losing 1 to 2 points across the country. The national election poll, which Dems always win the popular vote for the last... all the elections since Clinton. Since Clinton.
No, yeah, since Bill.
Yeah.
Since Bill.
Even Gore won the popular vote.
Right.
That is showing it neck and neck. I mean, barely any Harris lead left nationally. I'd say down to a point. A point and a half, maybe, and the trend is not good for her. And so, unless something changes the trend,
you're ticking Nevada red.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do you got? So I got that all. I got this all Brian'd in. Brian's got North Carolina, Georgia. That puts it at 268, 245. And we still got Wisconsin, Michigan, and at the end of the day, I'm going to put Pennsylvania. We got Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in play. All Trump has to do is win one of those.
Yeah, and I think he's going to take Michigan.
All right, so you go red
and that's
there.
It there.
And that's all she wrote.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it's an ass kicking.
Well, it could be. I mean, if she ends up somehow winning Wisconsin and Pennsylvania despite losing Michigan.
Now let me over to you.
Yes.
With the latest, where does she skew right now? Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
You got if I was going to go Michigan, because Michigan right now is a Harris 0.7.
0.7.
Yeah, she's
Brian says his gut. You can 0.7 schmevin all you want. Brian says it ticks up red.
I'm looking at the early voting number returns. So 2020 obviously was an anomaly because of the pandemic, and the number of early votes were unprecedented. But when you look at the mail-in ballot returns for Republicans,
Are they skewing higher this time?
The Dems are performing at or slightly above where they were polling because more people have gone from non-party or no party affiliation to a party affiliation since 2020.
All right.
So the Dems are skewing at or right around where they were in 2020 in terms of percentage of the mail-in vote. The Republicans have gained anywhere from 1.5 to 3 points in most states.
Just on
mail-in voting.
On mail-in.
Early voting usually in most states favors Republicans, in-person early voting. And that trend is continuing as well. The Dems are taking losses in the at this stage right now. That can all change, but where we're at right now, the Dems are losing in the sense that the Republicans are performing better than they did in 2020 in the mail-in and early voting.
Now,
that's going to require the Dems, their day of vote is going to have to be better.
Stronger than 20.
Or they have to capture a much higher percentage of the independent vote,
now,
which I don't know that they will.
Let's say we throw Kamala, because she's 0.7 ahead, 0.7, which, by the way, all of these are plus or minus 3 in a margin of error. So, but anyway, let's throw Kamala, Michigan. Where does Donald have? You got to win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. What's today?
Wisconsin, Harris is 0.4.
Okay, hold on. 0.4.
Yes.
And then, again, like you've said, Brian, 3 months ago, it all comes down to Pennsylvania.
And I think it's still May, but I don't see how she wins all three. I mean, at this point, all three of those states.
Trump's ahead.
Hold on.
Pennsylvania, 0.2.
Okay, 0.2.
Yeah.
So if we're going to go just straight Brian statistics, where we give Michigan to her because she's 0.7, we give Wisconsin to her because she's what, Lummy?
She is 0.4.
0.4. Then, but Pennsylvania is 0.2 him.
Yes.
Then I'm sorry, let me go red. Then it's a 287, 251. Who done it?
Hall of Famer Cretan Travis. $500.
Oh my God!
Damn.
Where?
Venmo.
Biggest one of the day. It's a babyface factor, Brian. You brought in a couple grand yourself, my friend. I should be cutting you up a percentage.
I don't know that Tiger Blood there loves me that much, but thank you, Creatine.
I think Tiger Blood loves you.
Oh, well, I love him too.
Listen, here's the deal. Here's the difference maker. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, right?
No, because all she would have to do is hold the Rust Belt there, and she still wins. But it's a difference maker in the sense that if Trump loses Georgia, then he has to pick up another of either Michigan, Wisconsin. So he has to win 2 out of 3 if he was to lose Georgia.
Where is he skewed? What's Georgia skewed right now?
I think Trump's up like 1.5 or
I think he's way up there,
1.1.
Let me go to that real quick. Sorry,
Look at that.
Georgia.
If she wins Georgia with your scenario, Brian,
1.6.
It's 271 to 267.
Right, with losing Pennsylvania there, yeah. But
now how can I manipulate these numbers right here to throw a 269, 269?
You've got to click that red, click Pennsylvania blue, and click that district in Nebraska red.
Okay, Nebraska
that
goes.
One district in Nebraska red.
And oh my God, it's that simple?
It's that simple. Well, it's not that simple because that district in Nebraska is not going red.
It's never voted red.
It's never voted red ever?
No.
No, it's the college area. It's there's just no way. It's Lincoln, I think.
So there's just no way.
There's no way. It's fun to talk about.
There is a way. There is a way.
There is a mathematical feasible
but
way.
I made 3 clicks and
it's not 3 clicks though. It's not that easy. In reality, it's tens of thousands of votes that have to go completely. I would say, you want me to say that this was a rigged election? Give me that result. And I'm like, well, we may have actually had a rigged election then. 269 to 269. Something is amok.
Now is the main accurate where you got the 211?
Yeah, the 211.
Now, why is there 3? Do they have 3 individuals?
So they have the 2. They do it. I think similar to
Maine.
to
But
Nebraska.
see how they have it? They have a 2, a 1, and a 1 here. Why do I don't understand?
No, I think the 2. I don't know, man. I don't know what the 2-1-1 is. Is Maine really four votes?
No, the one 2.
Or maybe it's hold on. It's a total of 2 with 1 and 1.
Yeah.
And is that how?
No, wait. No. Each state has at least 3.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because they have 2 senators and at least
all
one.
All right. Well, then if we look at Maine, it's looking like it's doing a 2, 1, and 1. And when I go to click on this third button here, see, it gets into what the split electoral votes in Maine and Nebraska mean.
They don't have that extra one.
So they just got, does it always go 1 red and 1 blue? Is that how
for Maine? Yeah.
Is that how it always goes?
Yeah. Okay. Northern Maine is red.
Well, Maine is 4 votes. So the split is.
Well, in this case, she wins. I mean, in this case right here, she wins. If she picks up Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Donald picks up North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, she wins by probably the closest margin of any ever electoral college vote, 270 to 268, her. Could that happen, Brian?
That is a real possibility. That is actually, for her winning, that is probably the most likely possibility
for
her
her winning.
Kamala win.
That's how it happens.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
there.
Nevada could flip either way. That if she's winning if she's winning the 3 states in the Rust Belt there, then she may be winning Nevada. There's a chance. That's Nevada's the most likely one that you have pink right now to flip to her. The next likely is probably Georgia, then North Carolina, and then Arizona, in my opinion.
I will tell you, I had a friend who's a truck driver that said he drove the entire western part of Michigan. I forget which day it was. He went all the way from the Indiana state line all the way to Traverse City with a load, and which goes through Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo and all that. Now, obviously, it doesn't get anywhere near Detroit or Ann Arbor or Lansing. But he said it was 90-10 Trump signs, and he feels that Trump's taken Michigan. And I think you said you felt Trump's taken Michigan.
Yeah. I think I see her margin in Wisconsin's even more narrow, but I think the feel that I have just looking at the numbers again and just the trend for the past how much 35 days.
Let's say this. You look at your trend. And I got to go to Word, so we're not late saying goodbye. But let's say, the pulse of the country, the trend, the way it's skewing right now, just the gut feeling, and it ends up being he takes Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, which I don't think is a far fetch. Then that's an old-fashioned ass whipping. It goes right down ticket. They take the Congress and the Senate with them, and it ends up being a 312 to a 226 gimmick, and she just embarrassed. I mean, that might be the best. I mean, since
I don't know that she embarrassed the party, though, because Biden would have done worse. I mean, Biden was dead.
But this is not a good showing.
No, it would be a bad showing, but I don't think Biden would have performed worse than her.
Then they're left in shambles as to who do they prop up. And here's the thing, I don't want J.D. Vance to be the next president. I wish he would have picked Nikki Haley or Tulsi Gabbard. I have a problem with who wins the next election.
I have to point this out real quick, though, because I apologize to Creeds and Travis in the 500. I didn't read his message. And you know what? I'm sorry. It says not for Babyface. Please do not put that on Babyface.
I had a feeling. I called it out.
Why, do you guys got heat?
No, he just has never been a big fan of mine, and that's fine.
I always thought that he's a fan of everybody.
I don't know about him.
Whoa. What do you mean you don't know about him? He's one of my best friends.
I don't know about him being a fan of mine. He's not. That's what I'm trying to say. Jeez.
What if he says, I'm indeed a fan of Babyface?
Well, he made it very clear that he's not.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Ass whipping like this.
Well, and you know what's funny about that is that result could literally be decided by 50 or 60,000 votes, but on paper it looks like an absolute ass whooping. Because of the way our system is.
Right.
And so it's not an ass whooping. This is a extremely close election, but the ultimate result of the Electoral College could look like a pretty big landslide. That's what it ended up, with the exception of North Carolina. I think that's what it ended up looking like for Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
with the exception of North Carolina.
Yeah, with the exception of North Carolina, I think that's what it ended up being for Biden, the other way.
Right there.
Yep, 296 to 242 or something like that. No, because he had Georgia. So he had Georgia.
Did he?
And then, but he didn't have North Carolina, so take away NC. But he got Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So that was Biden.
So Biden was this right?
That, and then the 3 on the top.
Oh, that was an ass whipping, wasn't it?
Well, again, it wasn't. It was fucking extremely close. As close as presidential elections can get from a percentage of the vote.
But a fucking almost a 70-point ass whipping.
Yeah, but the reality, and that's going to be the same thing for Trump, is even if he gets to 312 or whatever that number is that he could max out at, the reality is it seems more of an ass whooping than it actually is, because
what's the highest?
Reagan.
Was it Reagan?
Yeah, he won all but one state, I think.
I think he won all but Minnesota, because that's where Mondale was from.
Yeah, he won all but one. Something like that.
Boy, right there, that's 270 to 268.
That is the most likely scenario, other than maybe flipping Nevada blue too in that scenario. But that's Kamala's path to victory right there. That's why she hasn't really spent time in Arizona. And she did go down to Georgia because they have some hope there, but she is focusing, and she needs to be focusing on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's her firewall to victory.
These three.
Yep.
She should just be going to these 3 every fucking day. Breakfast in Wisconsin, lunch in Minnesota, dinner in Pennsylvania.
I mean, she had
spend the night in Pennsylvania, breakfast in Pennsylvania, lunch in Michigan.
Okay.
And she had Obama with Eminem in Detroit this week.
Whoever's ready, just
talk about 2 rock stars.
I'll
Yeah, I'll be back there.
Yeah, well, you go to Houston sometimes. You do that for the party, for fundraising. If she's looking to get a last-second kick-in or trying to help a senator or win a congressional seat, then you may do a bigger rally.
All right, so what now? Hold on, I'm going to leave. Before we say goodbye, I'm going to leave it. How do you have it now? What do you got, Wisconsin?
Yeah, he has no chance.
What do you have, Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, I mean, it's if Michigan.
Because I want to leave this until next Thursday to see how it's changed. What are we leaving it with right now?
Oh, I would say at this point, I would give him Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. I think where we stand right now, unless something changes, that's what the map might end up looking like.
Wow.
But again, it's probably, I brought some supplies.
Oh, cool.
And those are my throw-in extra cards if anybody gets shorted. And it's not much, but autos are fun.
Tyler Gordon, I love him. He's a bear. I don't know much, but I know
I heard he's more of a twink, but than a bear.
That's a slur.
Is it?
It is a slur.
Oh, my apologies to all the twinks.
Jesus Christ, I'm saying it. These.
We're out there, okay? We exist. Just because you don't hear us or see us all the time doesn't mean we're not there.
Damn.
Okay, fish.
Okay.
Okay. I really poked you in the chest.
Yeah. And now I got to do like 4 more shows with this guy afterwards.
We're going clear until 1 p.m. together.
Good, thanks, Fash.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Fash. Good, thanks,
What
Fash.
did they do to get on your radar? Were they doing well in the ratings?
We just knew they were pretty good. They had a pretty good dynamic, and that Seth kind of had just it
sounded good.
He got it out a lot, and it hurt him deeply. So please stop with it. You're messing with his mentals, man.
Didn't you just poke him?
Didn't I just poke him?
Yeah.
It was a friendly poke. It was like you'd poke somebody on Facebook back in the day when it was fun to poke people. Remember that poking?
No, I've just been on Facebook the last couple of years.
I was gonna first start.
We only
Like 2007.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Now, Seth, are you going to do the chair? Or I thought the way I got it scored is you got like 14 shows to take.
Seth has no time for the chair.
Yeah, I don't have any time for the chair, Bubba, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I need to, one of these days, really get you set up on the chair, put your phone down and turn on some music. Because it has little speakers on your head that you can pipe in music and get you a nice 30-minute session on that chair.
Get him a Cricut to give him a zero gravity grind session?
No, I don't think. I mean,
Good, thanks, Fash.
No.
Hey, we said that hurts him.
I think he thinks that's funny.
Seth, what say you?
Yeah, what's your official ruling on when I hit?
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Fash.
I
Good,
think
thanks, Fash.
It's definitely
it's funny.
Fun and games when we're on the air, but when we're off the air, and then Brian looks at my face and says that it hurts.
Good, thanks, Fash. Good, thanks, Fash.
We're on the air, just so you know. We're not on the radio airwaves, but people are listening to us, and we're trying to provide them entertainment.
Man, the sex, there's a new template, man. And it's just, let's file sexual lawsuits. Vince and Linda McMahon named in the WWE Ring Boys lawsuit.
But this is old news, right? I mean, the Pat Patterson thing, like everybody knew that, right? That was the mid-'90s. Everybody knew it. Or
but I don't think
90s.
that stops a ring boy from filing a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? Vince McMahon is facing yet another lawsuit, this time from former WWE honcho. The former WWE honcho is being accused of ignoring claims of sexual abuse made by former employees known as ring boys.
Do we believe the ring boys, or do we doubt them? Like the lady,
I believe it.
You believe them? Okay.
I was pretty close. I mean, I was traveling with Hogan at this time, and Pat Patterson had a kind of a ring boy rotation.
Wait, you knew about it and you didn't say anything, Bubba? You're just as guilty as Vince.
I didn't ever see it. It was only taught, like, it was only ribbed on. Like Hogan would be like, man, like it was all the boys knew. All the boys knew. We didn't see it, but we knew about Lummy, formerly drunk Kim, now sober Kim, and an invitee for the Content House. Tip for a baby face brigade, $100.
Thank you.
For the Babyface Brigade.
Kim, stay sober out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of an underlying thing in the suit. It alleges that Melvin Phillips Jr., who served as Melvin was the guy that was in charge of the Ring Boys, and he, I think, did some of it and then handed it off to Pat Patterson, I think. In the suit, it alleges Melvin Phillips, who served as the ring crew chief and ringside announcer, hired underage boys to assist the crew and errands and tasks. Like Lummy, there's a lot of times, like when I was in, what was it, New York? It was a real Binghamton, New York. And we were and Scott Hall was like, man, get one of the ring boys to go get a case of beer. And literally one of the ring boys would go out to the convenience store and get a case of beer.
How? They were underage.
No, not all of them were.
Oh.
It claims the boys were sometimes as young as 12 and 13. And Philip's real motivation in hiring them was to sexually abuse them after promising them access he would say, listen, you're going to be able to set the ring up and you're going to be able to see Hulk Hogan and Razor Ramon and all these guys. The law firm representing the accusers say he targeted children from broken homes, and these incidents occurred in wrestling venues, hotel rooms, and in plain sight. Now, the guy, Phillips, died in 12.
Ryan
That's
MBSC, $20.
I mean, convenient. Like, you think he died to avoid the charges?
No, but it's convenient they can't get any testimony out of him.
Well, yeah, apparently you knew about it, so I don't know.
He is not accused of taking part in the action. The suit states that McMahon and the defendants, listen, I can truthfully say that everybody knew about it. And I was only a hanger. I was only a guest of, one of the most popular guys there. And it was an ongoing Iggy about the Ring Boys.
Why are there a bunch of 15-year-olds in cut-off jorts with their cheeks hanging out?
I mean, because Pat Patterson wanted to have his way with them back at the hotel later that night.
Pillar to post, man.
So...
Vince knew about it all.
Vince knew about... I mean, if I knew about it and I was just Hogan's friend, hell yeah, Vince knew about it. Vince is the biggest micromanager I've ever known. So, I mean, that's going to probably be... Does that go personally on Vince, Brian, or does that go corporately on TKO?
I think it could go both.
Yeah, you throw as much a crap against the wall and see what sticks, right?
Yeah.
How do you think after we got 3 minutes? I got to go. How do you think after it's all said and done, the Diddy thing ends up?
Oh, he's guilty.
I mean, does it end up being huge names? Or do these huge names, as this Bugsby guy from Texas who handled the Deshaun Watson deal, is he getting hold of the other? Is Diddy the one holding the bag of crap?
This is what I don't get about these people that say, oh, my goodness, when you hear the names. Tell us the names. What are you holding back? If you have the evidence, Brian, if you have the cooperation,
here's what I think.
Give us the names.
I think
it's shakedown.
They're shaking those names down. They get a hold of Leonardo DiCaprio. They get a hold of Austin Kutcher or whatever, and they say, "Hey, we can keep you in this suit, and it could go criminal, or
Well, you can't mention the criminal part.
Okay, yeah. Well, here's the deal.
That becomes blackmail.
What incentive does said big name have if the feds have your name too? And so you write a big check, $5-10 million check to tap you out civilly, but doesn't clear you criminally,
right?
Right. So, I mean, at that point, I don't know that I'm writing a $5 or $10 million check because you can't unwind your name from the criminal aspect of it. I think this is going to be an absolute shiz show. And P. Diddy will spend the rest of his life in prison, and just how big it gets is hard telling. I mean, if this lawyer from Houston was able to shake down Deshaun Watson 24 times, and Deshaun Watson is an absolute pimple on P. Diddy's ass with regards to fame, fortune, notoriety, and probably filth.
Praying for a strong recovery, Deshaun.
Yeah, praying for a strong recovery.
And I feel sorry for the women that have to rehab you.
He's got a bunch of therapeutic massages in his future.
But a shady massage is nothing compared to what P. Diddy. I mean, they got P. Diddy on tape beating the crap out of,
Meek Mill's booty.
Babyface will stick around and do the Blizzard. That infamous podcast. I think they're doing a card break. These two got a whole thing that I don't even know about.
You made it very clear you wanted no part of.
These two got a whole ring boy situation that I'm Bubba McMahon, and I, for one, don't know about what they're doing.
Time to put on my short shorts.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.